Here we are at the city of joy, Kolkata, the land of the iconic Howrah Bridge and the imposing Victoria Memorial. The land where we also witness the religious grandeur of Durga Puja. And this is where we kickstart the 2025 Indian golfing season with the PGTI Players Championship presented by the Tollygunge Golf Club. Multiple international winner Rahil Gangjee, playing at a course where he spent most of his childhood, struck a 4 under 66 on day 3 to move his total to 14 under 196 and trailed the leader by 4 shots. He will be the dark horse going into the final day. Jamal Hussain, fresh from a standout season on the PGTI last year, narrowed down the gap with the leader after he returned a 4 under 66 in round 3. Jamal's total reached 17 under 193 as he's just 1 shot behind the leader. You can't count him out as he's a former winner at the Tollygunge Club. Yuvraj Sandhu hung on to a 1-shot lead at 18 under 192 courtesy his steady 2 under 68 on the moving day. Yuvraj, a winner at Tollygunge in the past, thus continued his lead for the 3rd consecutive day. Sandhu will be the outright favourite heading into the final day as he has been extremely consistent through the week.
Start.
Well, it's Valentine's Day today. I'm going to celebrate all love for golf. In particular, I've got Amandeep Joe, CEO of PGTI and an accomplished golfer. I'm going to talk about our love for Indian golf. So just tell us few reasons why everybody should love Indian golf.
Well, for one, we are at history, golfing history. This is where golfing history started in India, the city of Calcutta, the beautiful city of Calcutta, known for its art, for its great food, fantastic people, but more importantly, this is where golf started outside the British Isles. We have across the road the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, and on this side we have this gorgeous Tollygunge Club, where we are competing here for the inaugural event of the Players Championship at Tollygunge Club, presented by Tollygunge Club. As you can see, the greens are playing beautiful. The greenkeepers have done a fantastic job. The scores are there to see. We have got a leading score of Yuvraj Sandhu, which is at 18 under par. Unbelievable. 9 under par on the second day. This has been fantastic. I think thumbs up to Indian golf. I think Indian golf is coming of age, Vivek. And I'm so proud of these boys, and I want to work harder and harder to make sure that the Indian tour grows from strength to strength.
Absolutely, we are loving to be here on this golf course. But the big question is whether can Yuvraj Sandhu be the leader on the first engagement? Can he keep up this lead? Can he come back home with things?
I think that's going to be the excitement. He's got people like Rahil Gangjee following him. Jamal Hussain, who's a veteran here, who knows conditions. But let me tell you, the course is playing so good that whoever starts off early and sets the lead is going to have a huge advantage. And I think Yuvraj has played long enough. He's young, but he's got the fire in him. He's got all aspects of the game which are strong, whether it's his driving, his approach shots, his short game, his putting. And he's a full package. But let me tell you, never count Rahil Gangjee out. It's his home course. He knows every blade of grass. People are behind him. The club members are behind him. And they're going to come out in hordes to root for Rahil Gangjee.
You mentioned about Rahil Gangjee. Of course, he's 4 shots away from the leader. But Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh, he's just 1 stroke down Yuvraj Singh. So just tell me one thing. Going to the final day, what should be Yuvraj's strategy? Should he just go for the kill right from the go, or should he say no, I should try and play safe the first 9 holes and see how it goes for the back 9?
Vivek, playing safe is gone out of the window. I mean, 18 under par on 3 days, you can't get to 18 under par if you're playing safe. And safe, what is safe? You want to go and shoot birdies. You want to go and hit the par fives in two, make eagles, go for eagles. So, I mean, golf game is such, you will make a few mistakes, obviously. But go for the kill is how he's going to play. That's his style. I think that's what all of these guys' style is. Gone are the days of playing safe. These kids have no fear right now. I promise you, they are going the way that they are going to compete with the best in the world, and they have no fear, and that's how I want them to play.
How many instances there have been in Indian golf where a player has started from the day one, he's been in the lead and he's gone on to win the title? I remember Gaganjit Bhullar doing it at the Tour Championship over there, but any other instances which just comes off your
Not
mind?
that I can remember, but I'm sure, I think there are many cases where, wire to wire is what we call it. Wire to wire finish and win for players. And I think Yuvraj has the mettle to do it. But you know what? The gods, the luck gods or the gods of golf need to shine on you to lift the trophy. We have today a very special guest who's going to be present here. My president, Mr. Kapil Dev, is going to come especially to Calcutta. He's flying this morning as we speak. And he's going to come and give the trophy to the winner, whoever the winner is going to be, on Valentine's Day here at Tollygunge Golf Club.
Yeah, I've done many interviews with Kapil Paji, working with him, but we've done cricket, so I think it's going to be a first for me as well to try and interview Paji on Indian golf. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But everybody will be looking at Yuvraj Sandhu, Jamal Hussain, and like Amandeep said, don't ever count out Rahil Gangjee. So the three top contenders for this title of the PGTI Players Championship 2025, the inaugural tournament of this particular season, and it's got one big reason why everybody should be watching and celebrating Valentine's Day here at the Tollygunge.
The Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025. The scoreboard, here it is in front of you. We have Yuvraj Sandhu at 18 under, one shot ahead of Bangladesh's Jamal Hussain and 4 ahead of Rahil Gangjee. Shamim Khan in the 4th place, the evergreen Shamim Khan, young Arjun Sharma, who's decided that he's going to play as many weeks as possible, is at 11 under, along with another Sharma, Akshay Sharma, at 11 under also. Hani Basoya, who was a playing partner of Shubhankar Sharma in his junior days, is there at 10 under. The experienced M. Dharma is at 10 under. Sachin Basoya from the famous Basoya family is at 10 under also. And Kshitiz Naveed Kaul. It doesn't seem too long back that he was the youngest Indian to have ever reached the All India Amateur Finals, and now he is here a full 10 years later, contending very often, and he is also at 10 under and tied the 7th place at 10 under. Here it is, the weather report. It's there right in front of you. Friday, we expect the temperatures to be around 31 degrees. There is pressure, the humidity is 22. So we've got a lot of, it's going to be a warm day out there. And as far as the action is concerned, that is going to be hot. So a warm day, hot action, intense action, with the top players vying for the 1 crore prize purse at the first event of the 2025 season, the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship at the iconic Tollygunge Club, par 70. 3 players there at the top, within 4 shots of each other. Yuvraj Sandhu, the 5-time champion in 2022, followed by Jamal Hussain, who has a victory at this very club, as does Yuvraj Sandhu. Rahil Gangjee, who was brought up in the city but has shifted to Bangalore, knows every blade of grass, as Amandeep Joel said a little while ago. And so all these 3 guys will be in the lead group, which will be starting a little while from now. So we are here with the top class action there. Sandhu at 18, Hussain at 17, and Gangjee at 14. It is going to be a tight battle. Shamim Khan, Arjun Sharma, and Akshay Sharma, who are there on the screen, just a few seconds ago. They are going to be Group 2, that is the second last group. And of course, the last group, the lead group, as I mentioned earlier than that. So it's going to be great action. Ashwin, what's your prediction?
Morning, sir. Morning, viewers. It's most certainly going to be some outstanding golfing action unfurling here because we've got three top drawer golfers in the leader group, and we've got some really talented and dangerous opponents in the groups that follow. Names like Shamim Khan, which I've been mentioning since yesterday, can never be written off. Rahil Gangjee, was just noticing, has dropped only 4 shots, the least number of shots in the top 5 or 6 players. He has dropped only 4 shots on his way to number 3 spot, which is 14 under, which means he's playing steady golf. He's making fewer mistakes than others. So my money is on Rahil Gangjee racing ahead and winning this tournament, but then that's just a calculated guess. Rahil definitely, as Swami sir just mentioned, knows every blade of grass out here. He knows this course like none other. But the surprising thing, sir, is I don't know if he's ever won here.
No, he is not. He's not. He's won as an amateur here. I'm sure about that, though I'm not too sure about that. But in the sense, in terms of real results, but I'm sure he's played a lot of golf here. He's a Calcutta boy. Excuse me. So he would know the conditions. He would know the course, and the course, as we just heard from Amandeep Joel, former India professional who's also been a coach and now the CEO of PGTI in his first year. He's a rookie CEO, so as to say that, and he's been wonderful. He's a very optimistic person, and as he just said, all these youngsters are now, they're like kind of going for the kill, going to be aggressive. A good start on the final day is always something that every player wants, especially when you're there up in contention.
So coming back to the leader group, it's very strange to have 3 players, one from this golf course who's born and brought up here, who's never won here, and the other 2 having carded victories at the Tollygunge. So Rahil will have a point to prove.
And Rahil has been on a roll. 2024 was a great year for him. He did very well on the PGTI tour, and he also did very well on the Asian Development Tour, where he had 2 wins, which helped him move into the Asian Main Tour. And of course, his goal now this year is to try and win his first ever Order of Merit on the PGTI Tour. And there on the screen, another man, experienced Thangaraja. He's a 10 under, and he is there on the first hole. Thangaraja is playing alongside Asian Games medalist, former medalist Abhinav Lohan, and the Italian Michele Ortolani, who had an absolutely wonderful 17 holes on the 3rd day before crashing in with a triple bogey on the 18th. I'm sure he's erased that from his memory and is now getting set to make amends on the final day. Ortolani, 10 under. He is one of those 7 players at 10 under. So you can imagine that 13 players are between 10 under and 18 under. 7 of them are at 10 under. So it's really, really a tight leaderboard. And as always, that is where. So thumbs up there from Ortolani. And he's on the first one, first green. And there is Abhinav Lohan.
Ortolani, till 53 holes, had dropped only 4 shots. In his 54th hole yesterday, that is a par 3 18th, he made a triple bogey. Else, he would have been up there in the second group, I think, sir, playing today.
Well, today he can make amends and make sure that he is there in the right group at the right time. And here is Arjun Sharma, another young man with a lot of promise. One of the 2 players at 11 under, Arjun and Akshay Sharma, both of them in the same group. They're alongside Shamim Khan. So the groups to watch out would be the top group, the lead group, which is yet to tee off, which will be like Rahil Gangjee, Jamal Hussain and Sandhu. The group behind them, Arjun Sharma, Akshay Sharma and Shamim Khan. Here is Akshay Sharma, 3 wins. He turned a pro 15 years ago, so he is no spring chicken. He knows his onions, so to say. an experienced man. 15 years as a pro will teach you, will make you a hardened golfer.
That's a very unique stance.
Yes, I mean, you at the end of the day, you've got to take a stance or address the ball in the way which you feel most comfortable about. And there is a nice whack out there. Shamim Khan, no title is ever to be given away or safe for anyone as long as Shamim Khan lurks behind. Look at that, 17 wins. He turned a pro in 1995. That means it is his 30th year as a professional, and he doesn't look an year older than 30. He's a young looking man. He's been there for 30 years as a pro, and he's still 30. What a wonderful and long lasting, durable golfer with a smile that never leaves his face.
And what an uncomplicated, simple swing that was.
Golf is a simple game. Don't complicate it with technicalities. Go there, smash the ball down the center of the fairway, get it onto the green, and one putt. That's it. It is as simple as that. And get a few birdies early on, put the pressure on the rest of the people, and of course, keep walking on. Hole number one.
Oh,
Tangaraja makes no mistake, drops that. Well, for him, the day has not begun badly. It's begun pretty decent there. And I'm sure Abhinav Lohan is looking up to that. He knows a good start early in the day, on the final day. Nothing better than that.
and there have been no changes to the green speeds. They're still playing to 10.2 as they were yesterday.
Honestly, Tolly 10.2, that's pretty good, solid. I mean, it's a speed that Indians don't get to play very often on the Indian tour. So you've got to prepare them for the international tours. And as Amandeep was saying, these young lads have a lot of fire and they're very aggressive. They want to go all out. They want to go for broke. The incentives are so huge these days, Ashwin. I mean, the winner of the Order of Merit on the PGTI Tour gets a card onto the DP World Tour, the erstwhile European Tour, none less than that. And we have Veer Ahlawat, who's currently come through that route, and he is now a regular on the DP World Tour. He's already played 4 tournaments there, made cut in 2 and missed in 2. So he made the cut in Ras Al Khaimah and Bahrain, missed the cut in Dubai and Qatar. So he's, a man who's looking to a lot of future prospects. There is Shamim Khan, Akshay. So all these guys are hungry. They want to pick an early title here. Abhinav Lohan cleans it up. End of hole 1, par for him. Yuvraj Sandhu 18 under, Jamal 17, Rahil Gangjee at 14. They are yet to start. And once again, I can't help saying this. I am impressed by the pace of play. Just as the group has walked off the green, the next group is ready to hit it into the green. So no waste of time. And that is really what we need in the pro golf now.
There's one question I wanted to ask you, sir. Rahil Gangjee has one win on the Japanese tour among the various wins he has in the Asian and Asian Development Tours and PGTI. The Panasonic Open Golf Championship in 2018. You must have been there.
No, I wasn't there for that one.
But you must have a tale or two to tell.
Yes, I do have because that was the time when he was going through a barren patch. He had not won for a long, long time. He won in his rookie year in 2004. He had a win on the domestic tour, and then he followed up with a win in the Volkswagen Masters on the Asian tour the same year. And it seemed like he was going to be on a roll, but then golf is a strange game. And then he had to wait for 14 long years for his next win on the Asian tour. In between that period, he went to America, playing on the Conferry Tour, which was then called as the Web.com Tour. And as I never tire of saying, one of the very few players in the world to have had a hole-in-one on a par 4 there. That's a video which Rahil keeps on his phone, and whenever we talk about it, he flashes it out and he wants to see it again. You must have seen it a few million times, as all of us also have, his friends. He's very proud of it. He's a gritty young man. Oh,
It's one thing to
lovely.
card a hole in one, another thing to have it on video to watch it
Why,
time and
yes,
again.
he does it. He says it inspires him. And then he gives this huge throaty laugh. And of course, he's often accompanied on the course by his wife, Ruhi, who often does the duties of a caddy sometimes. But that is usually on the big events and on international events. This week, she's probably taking time off. Shamim Khan was simple, quick. Address the ball, smash it down. Just short of the green.
Shamim Khan's elder brother Pappan was a regular on the tour.
That's right, yes. Another wonderful player. Multiple winners, both of them. That's the leader, Yuvraj Sandhu, the lovely blue shirt, earpods there, focusing on the job that he has to, a bit of loosening up. He's there, Usain Bolt style, all set to just kind of not just tee off, but go there. Now the sky blue shirt there from the goateed Rahil Gangjee, who does his Miguel Jimenez kind of style of loosening up. Just a little twist there, and now swinging the club. Get those shoulders loosened up.
Surely the golfers playing in the leader group and ones who are in contention have a thought process before they pick the kind of clothing they wear on the final day. Is
Well,
it to do with luck or is it to do with
each one has their favorite. There's some action replay of that lovely shot which landed straight on the green to give him a birdie chance. And Shamim Khan, nice shot swing, but I had a feeling that he kind of hit a tuft of grass which he didn't want to. So he falls a bit short of the green.
So as I was saying, sir, somewhere they visualize themselves lifting the trophy in that attire.
That's right. Here it is. All well, blue's the flavor. There it is. Blue trousers for Jamal Hussain, sky blue shirt for Rahil Gangjee, and of course a lovely blue hued shirt for Yuvraj Sandhu also. And there is Arjun. Oh God, that was not really something that he would have wanted to.
That's one of the worst feelings on a golf course when you leave it so short.
Well, it was almost like a duff there, so he's not going to be happy with that at all. It's going to be an early drop of a shot. Rahil Ganji, all set. The tee off time is 9:24. We've got about 90 seconds to go for that.
The white goatee is complementing his light blue shirt.
There, in high spirits, great camaraderie there, 46 years. His home course is across the street, the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. He's got 8 pro wins. 2 of them have come on the Asian Tour and 3 on the Asian Development Tour. A prolific winner, but of late, he's just trying to get back to his form, which made him one of the top stars on the Indian circuit. And I'm sure he knows that age is just a number, 46. And after seeing the likes of Manu Gandas, Om Prakash Chauhan, and Veer Ahlawat topping the leaderboard, I'm sure he's got his eyes on that. A win in the opening event of the season will put him on the road to a possibility for that. And once he does that, there's no stopping him. He could be on the DP World Tour next year, like Veer Ahlawat is this year. Imagine, Shubhankar already there, Veer Ahlawat keeps his card, and one of these young men, either Yuvraj Sandhu or Rahil Ganji or someone, they join them on the DP World Tour. That'd be just fantastic for Indian golf.
The Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025, the first event for 2025 on the PGTI circuit. First of many and exciting times for golf in India. A new CEO, Amandeep Johal, Kapil Dev, the president. Kapil himself is a scratch handicapper, an outstanding cricketer, and probably an even better golfer.
There was a time when soon after he had called it a day, hung his boots in cricket. He confessed, I think all but maybe not for too long, he did have ambitions of representing India at the Asian Games. And he seriously worked towards it. He was almost scratch, as you just mentioned. I think he could actually have made the team if he had focused on it. But there were so many cricket commitments, business commitments, and he's such an icon that he is wanted everywhere. And so what he did was he kind of dropped those ambitions, but continued to play golf, and he plays a lot of golf. Every time he wants to chat with you, they'll say, "Let's go to the golf club." He will play and he will keep talking, and you keep walking with him, unless, of course, you're playing with him. And if you're playing with him, bring a lot of money because you're going to lose it. Of course, that's fun bit. That's the fun bit in golf.
On the contrary, sir, don't bring the money, otherwise you'll lose it.
Well, good idea if you play with Kapil. On the edge of the fairway, on the first, Jamal Hussain, and here comes the leader. He has 6 wins on the PGTI Tour. 5 of them came in 2022. Since then, he's been playing a lot on the Asian Tour, has dreams of getting onto the DP World Tour, turned a professional in 2018. 27 years of age.
Yuvraj Sandhu started with a round of 63, followed it up with a near course record of 61. The course record is held by Indrajit Balotia, a 60 at the Tollygunge Club. And he shot a very well-planned, thought-out 68 yesterday. So today he will certainly go for gold.
That 68 was actually quite a fight there because he began the day, the third day, bogey. So, but he still managed to come back to 2 under. Has he found the fairway or has he gone off it slightly?
This is a repeat of yesterday's shot. He went exactly here yesterday.
Exactly. So, obviously.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also an infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
You saw that clip of Tata Steel. Tata Steel Group is among the top global steel companies with an annual crude steel capacity of 33 million tons per annum. And I'm sure even as we speak, it must be going up. It's one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers. And of course, they have been the backbone for Indian golf. Action replay of the tee off for the first group, Rahil Gangjee. One of his fans is very pleased with that shot. In the fairway. Jamal Hussain. No frills. And also on the fairway. On the right side, but on the fairway nevertheless. And Sandhu, our leader, a bit on the right. Hopefully, he has a shot from there, or at least a view of the green from there to try and get it. Otherwise, he'll just have to kind of get himself back onto the fairway. He's walking towards the right side while Ganji and Jamal are there on the fairway.
We already have Arjun Sharma starting off with a birdie, and Ortolani and Abhilam Lohan have birdied the second hole. So,
Ashwin, you were asking a little while ago, I mean, whether players have their favorite shirt, on the final day or on certain days. Well, I know Rahil Gangjee has his favorite caddy with him on the final day, his wife, Ruhi, a lucky charm for him. Yesterday, she wasn't on duty, so today she is.
oh, that's interesting. And she's wearing the same color cap as his shirt.
Yes. That's a lovely couple. Both of them are so smiling and so refreshing all the time. A very, very good natured and good humored couple.
Jamal Hussain, who has a more handsy swing, is now addressing his second shot, hoping to find the heart of the green as close to the cup as possible and open his account with a
Something
birdie.
seems to have distracted him, which is why he almost came to address the ball and then he pulled back. Oh, maybe the dog distracted him.
That's interesting. I've never seen a dog following a leader group. Dog on a leash, that too. Just off the green, is that him?
Looks like him because, yes, just off the green. Because he had the first shot. Let us see if. And here is Rahil. He'll be looking to a good start. A good birdie on the first hole
What a
sets
shot.
the tone for the day.
Crisp and in control, it looks like it's done the job.
It is on the green, but a longish putt, a bit long. Is still on the green. A good smile there. That's what Rahil keeps saying. One of the reasons why he says he prefers to have Ruhi on the back is that, she makes him feel comfortable. I mean, they discuss jokes, they kind of, keep the atmosphere light and very, very comfortable. And here is Mr. Sandhu being framed by tree branches. Hope he has a shot there. A great picture, but not one that golfers love.
It's a repeat of yesterday, but he wouldn't mind if the
Nice
result was a
punch
repeat of
from there.
yesterday.
It seems a nice punch out from there. Does he get onto the green? Yes, he is, but long way off.
Meanwhile, SSP Chaurasia started with a bogey but made up with a birdie on the third hole. Saptak Talwar started with a birdie but undid it with a bogey on the third hole. So it's mixed fortunes for everyone. Honey by Soya started with a bogey and N. Tangaraja too. So has Gaurav Pratap Singh. So let's see how these guys recover in their bid to get into a top 10 or maybe a top 5 finish.
A good start to the season is always welcome because there are so many things. You need to keep your card going, you need to keep contending. It is, after all, golf is work in progress always. Jamal checking out the green. Well, the greens look great. And I'm sure the the man in charge at Tollygunge Club, we know Ganpati, is also making an effort. Jamal from the fringe.
It's early days. It's always Good to be a little nervous. That goes to show that you're concerned about your performance. And as the nerves ease after a hole or two, then you come into your elements. That's usually what happens with golfers. Left that about 2.5 feet short. Live feed one has Jamal Hussain addressing the ball.
There is Charlie giving his view whether he can get some relief or not. It seems he will. So one club length, not nearer to the hole. That's the rule. But obviously he's either in a divot or in a tuft of grass, which makes it difficult for him to get a shot or a putt.
Oh, close enough, but not.
Shamim Khan taps in. There on the second hole. That's Akshay Sharma on feed 2. Akshay opened with a par on the first, and that looked like a par again on the second. A par 3. So Jamal is now ready to take his shot after getting a bit of advice, suggestion from the referees. A quick swig of water, and hopefully we should get that going now.
A firm putt. And that comes to rest about 6 inches from the hole.
He did give it a whack, nice one. Just veered off the line, broke a bit earlier than he wanted it to. Now taps it in for par. And when the stakes are high, don't even want to take a chance with a 6 or a 10-inch putt there.
The shorter they are, the more daunting they are because you're expected to putt them in.
Rahil, a birdie chance. Drops it in. So that's a good start. Was a little bit of a hot stopper there.
But he picked the right line there because if he had gone a little to the right, it would have veered off the hole.
That's right. So that's it. A good start for him there.
Jamal Hussain would have. Had Rahil putted first, Jamal would have changed his line.
That's a nice view of Rahil's birdie putt.
Beautiful read of the
Curls it and slowly dives into the hole. As Yuvraj Sandhu finishes off, cleans it up. So there it is. The lead group.
As
Rahil Gangjee picks up with a starts with a birdie. That's a good start for him.
Has Yuvraj dropped a shot here, or has
No,
it?
he sparred it. He came out of the woods pretty nicely with a second shot, gave himself a third shot, which landed within 3 feet and finished it. So it's the man to make some ground here was Rahil, one shot closer now. And there it is. Rahil walking in there in front of the Magnite Nissan, the hole in one prize, and it says, get the ball in one and drive the car home. Good start there for Rahil. He makes up one shot quickly. 15 under, 3 behind Yuvraj now. From 4, the gap is now 3 and just 2 behind Jamal Hussain.
The beautiful Nissan Magnite has a twinkle in its eye, if you see.
Oh, yes, that's the sun. Oh, yes,
Beautiful.
it's a beautiful car.
Outstanding
Nice color,
car.
black. Yeah, absolutely.
Great for Indian roads and excellent mileage from the feedback we've got. It's a dream car to own, and winning it in a hole-in-one prize is like a double whammy. There we go. Rahil Gangjee birdieing the first hole, nudging closer to the leaders. 3 strokes steps separating him from Yuvraj and 2 from the second placed Jamal Hussain. Both Yuvraj and Jamal Hussain parred their opening holes. They're out to do battle on the par 3 second.
The man who's made some rapid strides today is Dhruv Sheeran, who started on the back 9. He was 31st, tied for 31st after 3 days. 3 bogeys from 3 birdies from the 13th to the 15th have pushed him up to tied 17th place. He's the man who's made the big move today so far with 3 birdies. Abhinav Lohan there on the 3rd, on hole number 3, a par 4. I would reckon this is his 3rd shot. Holding the club a little lower than he would expect him to. He's pushed his hand down. There's far too many practice swings. Just goes past there. Tangaraja there.
Lohan fresh from a birdie on the second hole. Will look to make the charge. He's not too far behind the leader. He's only 7 strokes, and 7 strokes, as we noticed yesterday, can be covered up very fast.
Yes, indeed.
So,
Ortolani, animated as ever.
Italian stallion. But for his triple bogey yesterday, Ortolani would very much have been breathing down the leader's neck right now with his birdie in the second. Hole number 3, a par 4.
That's clearly a birdie attempt.
Misses it to
No,
the right, to
didn't,
left. Sorry.
didn't break. Didn't break at all. Oh, it stays out. Should have. It broke, but not broke enough.
Disappointing for Tangaraja. A firm, short putt. And move on to the next hole. Back to the leader group. A unique course is the Tollygunge Club. It has 5 par 3s. Usually you have 2 par 3s in the front nine, two in the back nine, 2 par 5s in the front nine, and two in the back nine. It has 5 par 3s and only 3 par 5s. Par 70 facility, but world class. It's a longish putt. One thing about Rahil Gangjee's putting stance is his hand is in straight line with the putter. There's no bending. Close, but not wide in.
Jamal Hussain. Goes past the face, the club, the hole, down top. A little disappointing there for our second place star, Jamal Hussain.
That's the leader. And he sings it.
Gets the line perfect there, Yuvraj. Very quick movement there. Now with Shamim, Arjun, and Akshay. Shamim's got 2 pars, Akshay's got 2 pars, Arjun's got a birdie and a par. So they are now on hole number 3.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश ये।
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
Arjun Sharma lining up his putt. Makeable putt there. Slides past the left edge. Shamim back. Yes, it does. So Shamim's happy there. Looks a birdie for him there. So Yuvraj picks up a shot on the second with a birdie on that par 3, which we saw just a short while ago, while Jamal and Rahil had parted. So both Yuvraj and Rahil have picked up a shot each in the first two holes, sorry. So Yuvraj is back 4 ahead of Rahil and 2 clear now of Jamal, who's had par. So that's Gaurav Pratap Singh, Stepan Danik of the Czech Republic. The two international stars here, Stepan Tepa, Stefan Danik.
Danik's had a double bogey on his third after a birdie on the second, so he will want to make amends.
So Danik and Ortolani, the two internationals in the last few groups. Rains it, so 5 done now. Danik had 66, 67, 68 on the first 3 days, progressing by one shot lower. So I'm sure he doesn't want a 69 today, but he would prefer to have a 65. But unfortunately, he's dropped a double bogey on the third after a birdie on the second. The two birdie men, Yuvraj and Rahil, exchanging notes. Quick energy from a banana as they wait for Jamal to get through his second shot on hole number 3.
Strange thing about hole number 3 is there are as many as 4 golfers who've double bogeyed it today. Anshul Mishra, the amateur, has a 7 on this hole. Anshul Kaptia has a 6. And Tangaraj has double bogeyed it, and so has Stefan Danik.
Anshul Mishra is the All India Amateur Champion, a young lad from Bengal. So basically, it's his home state. He's got a spot in this professional event, a great experience for him, playing alongside in the same field as some of the leading pros in the country. Young man, Anshul, still in his teens.
That's Gangjee with his approach shot, and he sends it way over the green. Overhit it. Now he'll have to rely on an up and down. Meanwhile, Yuvraj Sandhu has opened up a 2-stroke lead over the field. Thanks to a birdie on the second, he's now 19 under. Jawal Hussain is 17 under. Rahil, thanks to the birdie start to his round, is 15 under. And Arjun Sharma, alongside Shamim Khan, is 12 under. On the edge of the cart path, we have the leader, Yuvraj Sandhu. He's veering to the left today, to the right, sorry, from the tee for some reason.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, that was a very good shot. He's left himself with a possible birdie putt, which is not more than 4 to 5 feet. Coming off a birdie on the second, he's got the touch and very clearly the confidence to convert this, but let's see what ensues. There we have Gangjee. A tough shot from the.
I don't think the tree is in his way. So I think he does have a shot, except that depends upon the lie.
He overclubbed that approach shot. And he'll have to bring all his experience into play to ensure he pars this hole, unless he can, of course, chip in. But nothing is impossible in this great sport of golf. Identical shots for two golfers on live feed 1 and live feed 2.
Rahil ready? Oh, that's a tough one, live feed too.
And that's a duff on live feed 1 as well. Identical results. The thing with Rahil's shot is the pin is too close to the fringe of the green for him to be able to execute a free shot. So he has to drop the ball on the edge and ensure it rolls close enough to the pin, which is why he's wound up keeping it short and not making it to the green at all.
As they would say, try to play it too cute. Didn't work out well. I'm sure the chief executive and managing director of Tolly Club, Brigadier Vinu Ganpati, is enjoying the challenge that his golf course is providing for these professionals at the first event of the 2025 season, the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship. The PGTI has put out a very substantial schedule of 11 events in the first few months of the season. So that augurs well for the players. None of the events is worth less than 1 crore of rupees in terms of the purse. 3 international events out of the 11. 2 challenge tour events. One, the Kolkata Challenge, which will be held at the RCGC across the street from this course where we are seeing action right now, and the other in Delhi in the NCR at the Classic, and of course the flagship event of Indian golf, the Hero Indian Open, the 2.5 million event. As Amandeep Joel was sharing a little while ago before the start of play on the final day, the PGTI is working towards putting up a solid schedule which will be good for the players in terms of money and in terms of opportunities. It's probably one of the most stable schedules in Asia, apart from Japan and Korea, which have a huge legacy of tours having been there for more than 40, 50 years and more. Indian professional golf has actually come of age from the mid 90s. That's when Amandeep himself used to play, and before him, the previous CEO, Uttam Mundi, all contemporaries of G. Milkha Singh, Arjun Atwal, Jyoti Randhawa.
Oh, Mr. to the left. Good birdie opportunity lost for the leader Yuvraj Sandhu. These are the chances one needs to take to make a difference and to open up a lead wherein you're not struggling in the end to hold on to your lead. But that's the sport of golf.
That's right. Half chances need to be converted. And now Jamal.
It's great to see the how professional golf in India has progressed. There used to be a time when they just used to be capsules of a tournament aired at a certain time that people could consume. Live feed is most certainly welcome, and it can only do good for the sport and for the popularity of the sport and the growth of the sport in this part of the world. People watch some of these best golfers in the country and from overseas compete. And I'm sure there's a reasonable conversion rate. Oh, Gangjee missed that, and how? So that's a bogey for him.
So he'll probably give that shot back.
That's a very sad bogey, but I'm sure he'll come back. And does the birdie start to his round? Pushes him back to 14 under for the tournament. Meanwhile, Abhinav Lohan has got two birdies and he's cruised to 12 under alongside Arjun Sharma and Shamim Khan. Shamim is playing steady with three pars. Arjun Sharma, who started with a birdie, has had two pars following it, and the trio is sitting at 12 under. Still 7 strokes behind the leader, Yuvraj Sandhu.
Lohan fancy is getting into the kind of form that he was last year at the Grade 1 Presents Gujarat Open Golf Championships, which will be held next week, where he will be the defending champion. Last year, Lohan won the Grade 1 for his second win on the PGTI, and there's Hani Basoya still looking at the flag in the cup as if telling it something.
It's also heartening to see SSP Chaurasia having birdied the third and the fourth holes. After a bogey start to his round, he's now at 10 under, still 9 strokes behind the leader. But Chaurasia is Chaurasia. You may never know. What do you think, sir? Do you think he'll...
Well, it only shows that, a couple of birdies can make a lot of difference, Chorasi has shown a good upward movement. He's now lying tied eighth, with those two birdies on the third and the fourth. I'm sure he's looking forward to another one or two somewhere. There is a par 5 coming up on the 7th. That could give him a little more room to make at least a bid for a top 5 or a top 3. Though I think 10 shots behind Sandhu, that would be a bit much, too much to do with too little time.
And Rahil Gangjee, unfortunately, has had a double bogey on the third, not a bogey. That has pushed him down. He's still in third place, but just 1 stroke ahead of the trio of Abhinav Lohan, Arjun Sharma, and Shamim Khan. That that over clubbed approach shot and the duffed chip have cost him dear. As also this missed putt from about 3 feet.
So it drops him into third place, or rather, it keeps him in third place. But unfortunately, that one shot that he had gained has been given back. So he's back to he's down to 13 under, one lower than what he began the day. He began the day at 14, went up to 15, and drops to 13.
Meanwhile, Michele Ortolani, the Italian challenger, had a par start to his round, followed it up with a birdie, dropped a shot on the third, but has recovered with another birdie on the fourth. So it's pretty much in line. He's occupying the sole 7th position at 11 under. So we're seeing a rearguard fight back out here from a bunch of people. But Yuvraj Sandhu maintains his position at 19 under and a 2-stroke lead over Jamal Hussain and the rest of the field. The There's nothing like a good round of golf on a pleasant spring morning.
That's a beautiful picture out there. Lovely palm trees in the background. White and sunny. 31 degrees. That's the temperature that's supposed to be there today. We've got Shivas coming in now for the next stint of commentary. Shivas, please take over.
Well, thank you very much, Swami, and thank you very much, Ashwin. So things are getting interesting here at Jolly this morning. A bunch of movements, particularly the third hole, as my colleagues were referring. A bunch of double bogeys and triple bogey as well by from young Anshu Mishra, the reigning All India champion. So that whole position, really, I've been watching that closely. It's been on the left side. It's tricky. It's narrow. It slopes away. And certainly the guys coming out of the first cut or the rough will struggle to spin it and hold it on that particular spot. And I did watch Yuvraj's second shot coming in as well, and he was very good with his second shot. He landed it literally a foot and a half, and still found a way to, although it was about 12 feet away from the flag, it did run a fair amount. So definitely the third hole playing its role in mixing things up for the players. And interestingly, Michelle Ortolani, Abhinav Lohan, make their moves. Michelle Ortolani's been on a birdie binge since yesterday, barring, of course, his sad or rather unfortunate triple bogey on the last, the par 3 18th, where he made a 6 and undid a bit of work. But I see a lot of fun man, and he's keeping up his aggressive gameplay as one would fully expect. As our CEO of the PGTI mentioned that all the boys are going to be going out today with all guns blazing. So definitely an interesting, lot of movement already happening. And yep, on hole number 5, we have a quick happened. Not really sure what that was for, but definitely a lot of activity and impressively very good pace of play. The short par 4, players taking their time, getting the job done, not waiting for their playing partners to putt out, but very importantly, you see them doing their business, going about their business while not disturbing the other players as well. So extremely impressive. That's a fairly upright putter and a very interesting grip. It's a very nice stroke. Just barely misses it on the right side, but excellent pace. Not much work left now for him to clean up. You look at the putter grips nowadays, they're all different lengths of putter grips, different contours, different flat portions. There's so many of them, and plenty of them also in some wonderful colors. So it is becoming very interesting. Equipment to playing its part. Some people preferring a thicker grip that typically tends wrist work in the putting stroke. Or if you typically have larger hands, that also ensures that it fills your hands, and it's a very good, comfortable feeling for many players. That's a very nice putt. Nice, steady, smooth stroke. There we see a replay. Yep, absolutely dead center. Excellent stroke right there. Nicely tidied up, and onwards to the sixth, 215-yard par 3. We see some of our friends, the Jackals, are nightmare really to golf course superintendents. We had the head superintendent Gaurav Pundir on air yesterday talking about some of the damage the Jackals can actually do to the putting surface and other parts of the golf course. And you must know that it's a lot of work. Again, some more wildlife. We have some snakes there, and certainly we have a situation where Tollygunge wildlife is out at its best. Anyway, circling back to what Gaurav Pundir was talking about yesterday, sometimes, at many golf courses you have, dogs or jackals breaching the boundaries and jumping in, and they do wreak a bit of havoc, digging out a few holes, and kudos to the green staff at pretty much all the courses around the country. That, they quickly get to work in the morning, patch those areas up, make them playable again. And that's something that really is commendable. They are the unsung heroes that make this game and the golf courses play the way they are. So, a big shout out to them from the golfing community. The par 5 7th. As you manage to find the good putting surface, can't really see the ball on the screen. Well, there is one on the putting screen, on the screen on the putting surface. Onwards to the 16th, we have the group of Ortolani, Thangaraja, and Lohan. He's watching that shot carefully. Doesn't seem to be particularly happy. The reaction says it all. So certainly, while the green speeds remain largely the same or similar, 10.2 as they were yesterday, some of the pin positions today seem to be a touch tighter, putting a little more pressure on the players to hit precise shots and have the ball sit on the putting surface. Of course, that's a lot easier when you're actually hitting an iron shot from the fairway rather than from the first cut or the rough, because spin control, which is not only once the ball hits the putting surface, but sometimes even in the air. Commonly we call them jumpers or flyers, where the ball just shoots off the club face because of the grass that gets between the club face and the golf ball, reducing the spin. A nice looking swing there, right at it. Lands on the putting surface, just sneaks over. Doesn't look like there's too much work left for Ortolani. Definitely a very good, aggressive, solid tee shot. All these boys, have, and the girls who actually are making their way on the ladies' tours, have a very, very positive and strong mindset. They are all working at hitting flags, aiming, committing, and shooting. No negative thoughts, self-belief, firing away at it. Sorry, that was Lohan. This is now Hartalani. Didn't seem to catch that, but it seemed to be flying all the way at the flag. Obviously, he's not happy. He's not on the putting surface. I suspect he has overshot the green. That just seems to be my third member of the group. Firing one in. Yep, that's a legitimate birdie opportunity. Found the first half of the surface, front half of the green, which certainly seems to be receiving the balls a little better, softer. And what do we have here? Back to hole number 5. Sharma. I would say very fortunate to have found this ball there with the amount of leaves that we actually saw there. May have been a bit of work locating that golf ball. And he certainly seems to have overhit that. Clean hit is always very hard to control these little shots, particularly from dry, hard surfaces where the club bounces off. And then, of course, you don't want to be too cute with it and not even get it onto the putting surface. We have the wily Shameen Khan from Delhi Golf Club on the screen. Watching Sharma's putt very closely. I suspect he's on a similar line, and therefore he's most interested to see and watch not just the pace of the putt, but the way it's going to actually break as well. Yeah, that's a nice looking stroke, and oh my God, that was very unfortunate. It lost a bit of pace, which of course it had to around the hole. And that's what caused it to drop off to the left side. That was definitely a very, very close brush. Would have been an excellent putt to make. Now we have Akshay. I must say, I particularly enjoy his fire engine red golf trousers. Very vibrant color. An interesting setup. He's got his hands low. Lovely silky smooth stroke. And he makes it. Excellent. That's an excellent putt. And that should definitely get him a little bit back on track. He's 1-0 for the day so far. And a good putt to make for sure. Very nice. Good pace. And kept the head very steady. That's something which a lot of amateur golfers need to pick up and learn from the better golfers. That when they putt, the amateurs tend to be a little quick, a little anxious, a little jumpy. When you look at the pros, they have a very measured pace, which the putter head goes back, as they say, low and slow. And the head stays absolutely rock steady through the stroke, limiting the variables. And Shameen doesn't have that read on that, as you would expect. That's one of his best efforts. He's not very happy. Seems to be gesturing to his caddy that they have misread it. The hand movement said a lot right there. So Yuvraj, of course, in control at 20 under after his first 4 holes. Jamal, a couple of shots back at 18. And then there's a bit of a gap. Shamim at 13, 12. Arjun Sharma also 12, as is Rahil Gangjee, who's gone and dropped another stroke. So not a very happy start for Rahil. Definitely the double bogey on the third has caused a few concerns. I must confess, looking at today's scores, I see a lot of players actually at par and over par in comparison with previous 3 days. Something about today that is making scoring a lot more challenging for the players, be it the pin positions, possibly the wind conditions. Also, what typically happens as a tournament wears on, the greens get firmer, and that can also play a part with scoring, particularly on quick greens. But anyway, nonetheless, the leaders all seem to be in control. Most of the guys in the top 10 on the leaderboard under par or thereabouts, with the exception of course. It's a nice looking stroke. Unlucky to miss it on the left side. That could typically happen, especially if you're putting using a putter from off the green. A longer blade of grass here or there can just marginally throw it off track. And that's the difference between making it or not. More importantly, as long as the pace is correct, it limits your hard work, and you can just get the shot putt in and move on to the next hole. This is certainly a makeable birdie. No mistake there. Very well done. Very useful for sure. Ortolani taking his time. This is a very important putt to make to stay at 11 under. I would imagine he's been putting very well, using a wrist lock putting position. No mistake there. Gets it done and onwards to the par 5 7th hole.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
And we're back live. We have Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh on the green. Absolutely tremendous performer. A very, very good player. And there we have Yuvraj, again firing it down the right side. As my colleague Ashwin was alluding previously, he seems to be hitting them very, very long, but clearly down the right side of most holes, most fairways. A big, strong lad, clearly in a very aggressive frame of mind, not wanting to let any of his playing partners or other competitors through the door, maintaining his two-stroke lead, which is very, very important. And as he's proven over the past couple of seasons, he's an extremely good front runner. His experience, having played a few events in the DP World Tour, certainly going to augur well for him. It's a bit of a scruffy lie. Absolutely needs to commit to the shot, drive his hands through the ball, putting a little bit of spin on it as well. Yep, that is an absolute gem. An absolute gem. I would take that all day long. I'm sure Yuvraj would as well. He was really close to making that chip. Absolute fabulous effort. You can see that Rahil today has Ruhi back on the bag. As you can see, Rahil himself has a slightly different grip on his putter, something we were talking about, having multiple variations and options to suit your putting style. A very interesting neck on that putter shaft as well. That looks like a very nice stroke, and unfortunate to miss that. Rahil, that was a very good attempt. Clearly very unfortunate. He left out. He cleans up. Certainly after the birdie start, you would be disappointed with the double bogey and the bogey, and this was clearly a very important putt to get things back on track. And now we have Jamal, tenacious as ever, lining up his putt, certainly seeing an opportunity here to close the gap to one shot, and definitely a very important putt. Whoops. Oh boy. I fully expected him to make that putt, so, definitely an opportunity gone a-begging. He's going to tap that in and leave the stage to our leader Yuvraj to clean up for a par. Yuvraj taking his time, very deliberate with his pre-shot routine. We also saw him tapping down some blades of grass. Now that's allowed by the rules of golf since the last couple of years, where certain blades of grass do pop up. and you tap it down to ensure that you have the smoothest possible putting surface. An important putt. Stay at 20. Very well done. No problem right there. And with that, I'm going to have my colleagues Ashwin and Swami back on air to take you away with this group.
Thank you, Shivas. It was always a pleasure hearing you. And now we're on to hole number 6 on the green with Shamim Khan.
Meanwhile, Yuvraj Sandhu has leapfrogged to a 20 under score thanks to 2 birdies, one each on the second and the fourth. Jamal Hussain sits 2 strokes behind thanks to a birdie on the fourth. The fourth is a hole that quite a few golfers have birdied today. We've got 6 birdies in the top 9 golfers. So it's a pretty decent birdieable hole, which of course is now has changed the look of the leaderboard. Shamim Khan, who birdied the fourth, has dropped a shot on the fifth, sitting at 12 under, tied with Abhinav Lohan and Rahil Gangjee. Rahil Gangjee has had a pretty torrid time after having started in style with the birdie. He parred the second hole, but a double bogey on the third and a bogey on the fourth have pushed him down to 8 strokes behind the leader. He was 4 strokes behind the leader at the start of the day. That figure has doubled. There's a lot of work that has to be put in now by Gangjee if he has to stay in contention. Meanwhile, Yuvraj Sandhu is playing the role of the tortoise in the famous tortoise hare tale. Slow and steady, they say, wins the race. There's a pretty large gap now, sir, that's opened up between the second and the third place. It's a 6-stroke gap. I mean, I know it can be covered up in the space of a hole or two, but it isn't as close as it was a while ago.
That's right. It's now a 2-horse race at the top between Yuvraj and Jamal and Abhinav Lohan, who's picked up 2 birdies in the first 6 holes. A distant third in 12 under alongside Shamim Khan and Rahil Gangjee. Rahil Gangjee has been the big drop today with a double bogey on the third and a bogey on the fourth after a birdie start. So that's 2 over for him, while Shamim is like even par for the day with 1 birdie and 1 bogey. So actually the top guys, or rather Yuvraj and Jamal, have begun pretty solid, and Yuvraj Sandhu has signaled his intentions clearly with those 2 birdies, and a good start like that cannot really be be anything to be unhappy about, and it puts a lot of pressure on the other players behind him. So he's moved up to 20 under, and he could, well, he's got a lot of holes left there. He's got about 13 holes to go, and he could have a good look at that, of course, tournament record of 24 under, which Ashwin felt would have been a little difficult, but Yuvraj Sandhu is out to disprove Swami and Ashwin.
It's very easy to disprove Ashwin, but to disprove Swami, that will be an achievement.
You are a kind man, Ashwin.
It's a fact, sir.
No, but I think it's working out beautifully for Yuvraj so far. He's done a great job, and I think he will. I'm sure he is going to, He's got a smile on his face, and suddenly he's looking confident, and I think that is making all the difference.
Meanwhile, further down the leaderboard, we have Harendra Gupta, who, after a sea of pars, six straight pars, eagled the seventh hole, but undid all the good work with a double bogey on the eighth and a bogey on the ninth. So he's now sitting at 6 under and a score of 1 over today. In similar style, Anshul Kaptial double bogeyed the third, but after making the turn, of course, he had two more bogeys on the in the front nine and a birdie. But after making the turn, he's eagled the ninth, so he's sitting at 5 under and also at 1 over today.
There's the 60 start. Jamal.
A self-styled swing as Jamal Hussain, but that's now placed his ball
Off the cart path. Beyond that, he's hit it quite some way off.
overclubbed it, and how?
There's going to be something to pay there for Jamal. It's a par three. You cannot be, so errant there. And there is some chance here for Lyle to see if he can come any closer at 12 under. Those three drop shots will be hurting him.
One man who will be relieved with Jamal's overclubbed shot is Yuvraj, because he will gives him an opportunity to open up a bigger lead.
It's something that a lot of golfers say that they often don't, they try not to look at what the other guy has done, unless, of course, it's in the last couple of holes when it's a near match play situation, because they feel that looking at an errant shot of your playing partner is actually distracting and mentally it can affect you. So they prefer not to have a look at that, or rather not to dwell on it, even if they've had a look at it. They do look at the choice of clubs, which their playing partners are making, because that could, kind of suggest something, indicate something, the win, maybe the role, and so many things. But at the same time, what they want you to banish from their minds are any negative thoughts. So they often probably don't. Of course, the end result, when you're walking off the hole and you know that someone else has shot a bogey and you a birdie, you know that two-shot swing is massive psychologically. So, I mean, as they say, no golfer wants his playing partner to play badly. They want a good competition. And I think after years of playing together, both Jamal and Yuvraj must be having a healthy respect for each other. So, yes, that's one of the nice things about this game. When you're walking in between the holes, there's always time to catch up with each other about their game, their friends, their family, their equipment, their schedules, and so much else. It's a lonely sport, so those few moments snatched in those short walks make a lot of difference to the relationships between the players. It's a lovely golf course, and we're really looking forward to it being there next month when we have the Kolkata Challenger across the street. Kolkata Challenger will be one of the three international events to be held on the PGTI calendar next month. The Kolkata Challenger, the Delhi Challenger, now followed by the Indian Open. So that should be something to look forward to. Maybe snatch a few holes on this golf course too in that period.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, but I won't tell you what I shot.
I'm sure your second hole in one will come up here, sir.
So here is Mikhail Ortolani. So apologies for having mispronounced his first name. Thanks, Amandeep. Thanks, Shivas. So I've got the name right. The Italian Mikhail Ortolani here.
That's left relatively short. It's not easy, these 4 feet putts. And Ortolani here has dropped 2 shots today and, of course, carded 2 birdies. So he's playing to par, which is not really helping his cause of catching up with the leader because he's sitting at tied 8th place at 10 under. It's a lot of hard work to do. That's 10 strokes adrift of the leader. Yuvraj Sandhu, who is now sitting pretty atop the leaderboard at 20 under. And there we have Jamal Hussain tucked away behind the trees, way beyond the cart path. His overclubbed tee shot on this par 3, 6th hole, has taken his ball beyond the green, beyond the cart path, dividing the 2 fairways, and on to the next fairway. He chips and duffs that chip. So it's not really great news for him. He has barely reached the beginning of the rough that separates the cart path from the green. And there's another chip that's going to take him onto the green in 3 shots. And then there is a putt that has to be made. So that's clearly a drop shot in this case, unless and until he chips in. Golf can be a cruel mistress. One stroke can turn things topsy-turvy. Someone like Jamal Hussain, who's just 2 strokes adrift of the leader, will rue his errant tee shot. He needs to chip this in to par the hole. And left short yet again. Is it a question of nerves? So in all probability, Jamal is facing a double bogey or lower. That will change the look of the leaderboard. But Yuvraj Sandhu sits pretty in the lead at 20 under. From your experience, these chip shots where the pin is tucked close to the fringe of the green, aren't they hard? Because you don't have any amount of green to play with to land the ball and let it run. So you have to be accurate and to the point as to where you land your ball.
Yes, indeed.
Yuvraj Sandhu
goes past. As long as he can get his par, I'm sure he'd be happy.
That's not an easy putt either. But we have Rahil Gangjee now, who chooses to chip, and he chips past the hole. Another 3.5 feet. Long putt needs to be sunk. So the 6th hole is indeed changing fortunes. Attention is trained back on Jamal Hussain, who's all set to chip for the third time on this hole.
It's unraveling there for Jamal. I think he is just going to roll back a lot, even in terms of the scores. It's going to be a tough one there for him. Very clearly, he's no. So that's going to be a big, huge hole there.
A double bogey for sure.
He just used his wedge to just kind of tap it in. Not the best of things to do when you're going through a bad run, especially at the same hole. It's sometimes counterproductive. You need to get your focus back, take a couple of deep breaths, and forget the hole. Though the gap between Jamal and Abhinav Lohan at the start of this hole was 6 shots, that has a very, very, kind of a quick impact. Lohan will now be fancying moving into, a second place also. I mean, there is some leeway still for Jamal, but nice putt out there. Rahil needs a couple of those good ones.
Rahil presently tied third. He has dropped 2 shots today.
Now, Yuvraj, all he needs to do, now it's getting a bit windy. Now, all that Yuvraj needs to do is to keep his head calm. His lead is swelling up. He is going further and further ahead. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't give away any shots. Of course, the moment you start kind of playing it very safely, that could also be counterproductive. You have to keep it as natural as you can. Nice one there.
That keeps him at 20 under, a good par given the circumstances. Jamal
There's a spring in his walk, a confident amble. He knows it's all coming together. There's Rahil Gangjee's putt, and now Sandhu. Nicely done.
So there, the leaderboard wears a new look. Yuvraj Sandhu leads at 20 under. Jamal Hussain still at second place, but now at 16 under. There's a 4-stroke difference between the first and the second places.
We need to get a confirmation of what Jamal actually shot there. Looked like a double bogey there. There comes the sweeper, not cleaning the leaves.
It's not a great place to be there. Tucked away behind a tree.
Arjun Sharma there. Does well to get onto the green and to a puttable distance.
Great recovery.
Nice one there.
Arjun Sharma was playing to par today. Birdied the first hole, but dropped a shot in the 5th. Looks to have recovered from a tight spot on the 7th, the par 5 7th. Usually a birdieable hole, but let's see what ensues. SSP Chaurasya is sitting at 1 under today, 9th position at a score of 10 under, tied with Karandeep Kochar. So presently, Yuvraj Sandhu is ruling the roost at 20 under with a sizable four-stroke lead over the field.
Akshay there. Well, he got a good club there. Nice shot there, within inches of the hole. A tap in for him. This is a birdie hole, par 5, the 7th. Shamim there. A longish putt for him, but not something which he cannot hold. He's a pretty steady man with the short stick. Tap in, cleans it. Couldn't quite pick up that shot there, which would have been very useful for him. So there is the confirmation. It was indeed a double bogey. For a brief moment, I was hoping it would be a bogey to give Jamal some breathing space. Unfortunately, not. So he is now actually, after that birdie on the 4th, this double bogey in the 6th means he is 1 over for the day. And Yuvraj Sandhu, with birdies on 2nd and 4th and pars on the rest, is 2 under for the day. So that actually increases the gap between these two players from 1 to 4. So Sandhu is actually quite a runaway leader right now by 4 shots with 12 holes to go and a par 5 to come next. So that is quite something for Yuvraj. He's opened up a big, huge gap. And of course, while this is a 2-horse race, or rather, seemingly a 2-horse race, I would still not count Jamal out of the race. The next lot of players, about 8 players. The next 8 players are within 2 shots of each other, and that is really a tight battle for the second to 5th and 10th places here. Here is Rahil Gangjee, a lovely graphic out there, you see. Beautiful one. Ashwin is quite fascinated, and so am I. It's a beautiful picture there. A tribute, or rather credit, to our graphic designers.
I have a question of you, sir. If you notice the top 8 players, we have only 3 people who have broken par. Does that, and we're into the 6th hole or the 7th hole. So does that talk about the mindset on a final day? Because that was not the case yesterday. Are they playing safe?
Well, it's not really playing safe. It also, when things begin well, like it did for Rahil Gangjee with the birdie on the 1st, but unfortunately that double on the 3rd has put him on a back foot, and I'm sure it's still playing on his mind.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ है, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश ये
Bisleri. Drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
It's the leaderboard. Yuvraj Sandhu 20 under, Jamal Hussain 16 under, and Abhinav Lohan has now inched ahead to occupy the sole third position at 13 under, something that belonged to Rahil Gangjee till the start of today's play. Is now Abhinav Lohan's territory. Gangjee will, of course, be keen, as will Shamim Khan and Arjun Sharma, to usurp this from Lohan and head ahead into Jamal Hussain's territory.
That's right. The scores have been a little on the lower side there as compared to the other days. So far, through the first 9 holes, 3 under has been the good score. Lohan has been the best score. Lohan and Dhruv Sheeran managing that. Lohan has moved from 10 to 13 under. Well, I can say Kalin Joshi has made a huge move below there. He's into 17th place now. He had 4 birdies in his first 9 holes. He started from the back 9. Kalin Joshi making his presence felt.
Just onto the green. Not a bad shot. Longish putt. The ball continues to slope away and now comes to rest, but it's an uphill putt, which is always easier than a downhill putt. That fairway bunker there has come into play a few times, and the pin position has been created keeping in mind this bunker by the very experienced Sampat Chari, tournament director. Another great shot, similar distance from the pin, but further up the green. And we mentioned Sampachari, and there he is, popping out of the woodwork. Sampachari has been with professional golf for nearly 25 years now.
Yes, exactly.
In fact, the funny thing is we made our debut together.
Wow.
At the Wills Masters at the Classic Golf Resort in 1998. It was his first tournament as it was mine. Arjun Singh won that tournament, I remember. In August 1998. Classic, of course, wore a totally different look back then. Jack Nicklaus designed facility. Oh, we're talking about tight lies. It's not the best place to be. Reminds me of a movie, No Place to Go, Nowhere to Hide. As expected, the outcome isn't too great. Live feed 2. As we head into the back nine, a four-stroke lead is takes a lot of pressure off the leader.
Oh, of course it does, but you still can't kind of take it easy. You just need to keep grinding it out. You want to make sure, get those pars, make sure you don't drop any shots. Don't open the door. Don't even let it slightly open. Leave it slightly open, because somebody else might put their foot into it.
Correct. You can't be complacent, but you can afford to play it safe because then attacking golf is not the order of the day. That's the leader group on live feed 2.
True.
Chipped to 3 feet from the pin. Looks like a relatively straight putt. But then again, Jamal Hussain, who has slipped 4 strokes behind the leader, will be keen to. Someone like Jamal will have to attack if he wants to win this tournament. There is no playing it safe for him because otherwise, Yuvraj Sandhu will run away with the top prize. And while attacking is when some of the errors are made. So you have to attack, but attack sensibly and hope the results work in your favor. When it comes to someone like Abhinav Lohan, there is nothing to lose. He will have to go for broke. Presently, he will be aiming for the second place unless and until Yuvraj commits some cardinal errors, which doesn't look like happening because Yuvraj has a very steady head on his shoulders. And he's playing percentage golf, which is the need of the hour. Now, handing it over to Shivas Nath for his expert comments. All yours, Shivas.
It's good to be back. And we have Shameen Khan on screen, and things have gotten very interesting. With Jamal having made a couple of errors on the last hole And, as my colleagues were talking, this is the time that, a 4-shot cushion for you, Raj. They can gain a bit of ground. We've seen a few eagles during the course of this event on this hole as well. Jamal taking his time. He absolutely understands that this is a very, very important part to stay in touch with Yuvraj. While, of course, 4-stroke advantage is significant, we have seen things happen. And he makes no mistake right there. Nice smooth syrupy stroke, pops it in. We saw a bit of a mini fist pump from him. He knows what this putt means. We know what this putt means. And we move on to the next one. There you go. Nicely done. Rahil, of course, has come back to 13 under. So you have Rahil and Abhinav Lohan. Abhinav Lohan, a former Asian Games silver medalist. So a lot of pedigree golfers here. And that finds the putting surface. Needs to sit. It's moving away from the hole. Definitely some interesting pin positions today. And Rahil's ball still on the move. And a ball that literally pitched about 10 feet away, now I would imagine has ended up close to 20-25 coming off the shelf down to the lower side. But nonetheless, a solid effort on this 177-yard par 3. Yuvraj, a big, strong lad, will certainly have the club shorter coming into this green. And being a tall lad, it's definitely going to be a higher ball flight. So, has every possible theoretical way of stopping the ball on the top shelf. Let's see what he does. There you have it. We were referring to his pre-shot routine earlier. Very deliberate, very precise. Nice looking swing there. Yep, there you have it. Bottom shelf. Didn't take on the left side. Pretty smart move, I'd say, actually. Taking the risk element out. As we call them, some of them are sucker pin positions. This one certainly is one of those. Back on the third, that was again one of those. And taking those on always brings in a risk element because the margin to miss isn't really a lot. It'll be interesting to see what Jamal does on this tee shot. Knowing it's a tough pin to get at, is he going to go after it and take a bit of a risk or leave the risk for later? Looks like a nice high tight draw, and he's absolutely gone after it. But there you are, exactly what we were talking about. It's on a bit of a crown, on a bit of a shelf. He took the risk, the ball's still on the green, but he was unable to stop on the top shelf. Repairing his pitch mark, literally 2.5 feet from the flag. And that's something again amateurs and club golfers need to take note of. How conscious tour professionals are about preparing their pitch marks. It is a well-known fact that an unrepaired pitch mark, or rather pitch mark not repaired on time, it takes about 3 weeks to heal in its entirety and provide you a nice putting surface. So there is a lot of harm that is done to the green, and definitely a lot of harm done to your playing partners and fellow golfers if you do not repair your pitch marks. That is something that every golfer must treat as his or her duty It's imperative, it's important, and it's also common courtesy. Things definitely getting interesting. We have a few more movements up and down the leaderboard. SSP Chauresia has found his way back into 8th place. He's cruising at 1 under for the day. Tied alongside Karundeep Kochar, who is also at 1 under for the day. Both these gentlemen tied at 8th place, having moved up 6 spots each. Dhruv Sheeran, the big mover of the day, but we'll come back to him after we see Yuvraj's putt. Nice looking stroke. Wow. Now that says a lot about the contours of the green. Typically on a television screen, we don't really get an accurate sense of some of the contours on fairways and bunker surrounds and on the green. But that putt said a lot. It looked like it was going to be lagged close and stopping by fairly quickly, and then it caught that slope and slung all the way down. I think it's gone close to about 5 feet away. And I would like to believe that Yuvraj was just want to make a good solid putt. Lag it close. If it went in, it went in. And if it didn't, he didn't want much work left. And now we have Jamal. Got some work to make amends with the birdie. And seems like a fairly quick putt. Lagged it close. And that was very, very, very unfortunate that it did not actually drop. The good thing, of course, is he had his pace absolutely right, about 7 or 8 inches away. Makes his way across and taps it in. And now, of course, we have Rahil. He's going to be coming up the slope. He would have learned a thing or two from what happened with Yuvraj's putt after it actually slipped past the green. I beg your pardon, slipped past the hole, and that's exactly what's happened to Rahil. He's also hit it about 3 feet past. So definitely, some of the pin positions are contributing to the more difficult scoring conditions today. And as the leader group will eventually make its way to the back nine in a short while, it'll be interesting to see what the pin positions are like out there. That said, Dhruv Sheeran, having made the turn, and after 15 holes is at 5 under for the day, having teed off on the 10th. That's the big mover for the day. He's moved up 23 spots to 8th place and is sitting now at 10 under for the tournament. 3 holes to play. Another big move from Uday Mane, an Olympian, the big boy, the gentle giant as I like to call him. 2 under for the day, 9 under for the tournament, and 6 holes to go. Now we have Yuvraj, that putt for par, and I'm afraid he's missed that. That brings his lead down to 3 shots. With 10 holes to play. Nothing very worrisome. Well done. He won't be happy with that effort. Rahil certainly needs to make this one to stay in touch and give himself a bit of a platform, both getting a few birdies on the inward half and making his way up the leaderboard. No problem there for Rahil. He stays at 13 under, tied with Abhinav Lohan. Jamal Hussain at 16 under, and Yuvraj unfortunately drops a shot down to 19 under. And that's a great looking birdie. Par 4 ninth, the 433-yard hole. A very nice hole coming in. It's remarkable to see, the lush green turf, in an overhead shot, and the uniformity of the colors. The fairways beautifully cut, the well-defined roughs, first cut, greens. Excellent manicure work by the superintendent team. And visually, of course, sand traps, the color of khaki merging, contrasting very well with the green, provides for excellent visuals. I mean, it's the Tollygunge really is a terrific little track, as a city, of course, very, very popular in Calcutta, a lot of rich history, a 220-year-old club that started with having equestrian as its first sport facility back in the day. Golf was subsequently added on. Hole number 10, a terrific par 5, 510 yards. Definitely gettable in two with the distances these professional golfers hit the ball. But he's definitely gone after it. You don't really see his ball. Looks like he may have got one of the sand traps in the front. It's a very, very gentle right to left dog leg. You can see the tee in the background, and of course you saw the green. So very little visual deception. But a nice right to left tee ball, always really well to set you up for a second shot going into the green. There we see the railway tracks that run alongside the Tollygunge Club. Most of us who've played at Tolly or been around the club have always heard the rattle of the trains chugging down the tracks. Yes, some of these are just, very iconic sights and sounds from cities, and wonderful, growing up in childhood memories for all of us. I have always been particularly fascinated by the yellow color Hindustan Motors Ambassador, which, is of course.
Everyone, my name is Gaurav Pundir. I'm the golf superintendent of the Tollygunge Club. First of all, I welcome you to the Tollygunge Club. We are having a professional tournament in the Tollygunge Club. Why I'm standing on the 8th green, and what happened, you can see this is a green, and this is the turf which was damaged by jackals. We have a lot of jackals here, which are Indian golden jackals, and that's the reason. If you see the structure behind me is to scare the jackal. Generally it works in agriculture field also, and we have tried it and it's very successful.
Well, that was very interesting seeing this. Well, it's called a scarecrow. Love the helmet on the scarecrow. Gaurav makes all the efforts to ensure and create track the jackals and dogs in certain parts of India as well do damage greens and fairways. Now they have a habit of doing that. It's very unfortunate, but someone has to do the job of patching it all up and making it playable for the next morning. And Gaurav, I've known him personally a long time, and he takes a lot of pride in the work he does, and he's an absolutely top agronomist and a top man, a good golfer as well, which actually really is, I would believe, an added benefit for a good green superintendent. And it just allows him to set up the course. Although most of it is done by the PGTI tournament director and his team. That's Sampachari and one dear friend, or pretty much the entire commentary team that's on board today. So, well, great work, Gaurav. Keep it up. And just as an interesting trivia, the Tipu Sultan family, when he was kept as a prisoner by the British, it was just literally the quarters around the corner. And the hunting grounds are around the Royal Calcutta and the Tollygunge Club. And that's why Sultan was created here. So that's a little bit of trivia. I had that little nugget of information coming in from a friend of mine who we all know as Fatty Mehra, Sanjeev Mehra, dear friend. His sister Simi being one of the torchbearers of Indian women golf. And we love some of our friends texting us in and giving us a little bit of trivia and nuggets of information. So most of our viewers can keep that coming in. It's always very welcome. So back to the action. Hole number 10, the par 5. Very interesting choice of club with the putter, because he's going to have to go through 3 different lengths of grass. He's sitting in a bit of high grass, then there's the first cut and the green. And the ball seems to be sitting up, so it's going to be interesting how this one comes off the putter face. Clearly a great job, well done. Slagged it to about 2 feet. Wonderful pace control. Marks that. I believe that should be looking at clearing that up for a birdie. So a lot of activity, a lot of movement. We saw him moving his marker, using the putter head to move his marker, doing it absolutely the right way, which one would expect. First marking the ball, and then using the putter head to align it to a tree or an immovable object, and moving the marker away, allowing your playing partner to get a clear line on the putting surface. A lot of top professionals and top amateurs use the other side of the coin, heads or tails, or if you're using a poker chip as the case may be, and flip it, actually move their marker to assist a playing partner get a better line. That also serves as a reminder that to the player that they have to move the marker back. We've had many instances where players have sometimes overlooked to move the marker back, and then that entails a penalty for the player. Very unfortunate when that actually does happen, because in most cases no player gains any significant advantage. It's a nice looking stroke. Again, just coming up a touch short, a pin high, but a touch short because it did break off to the right. So that likely happened as he ran out of pace. This group of Ortolani, Angaraja and Lohan cruising along nicely. No mistake there. Super putt. Seems like he has made a nice birdie on this hole. He had a bit of spring in his step. So definitely that's a good move for him. Meanwhile, this is his attempt. Well done. Nice up. As we move back to hole number 9 to the leader group, the 433-yard par 4. See, Rahil seems to be at the back of the green, likely with his second shot. He's got a wedge in his hand. Well, definitely he must have pitched that very close to the flag and it's likely just slipped over. As expected, some aggressive play from him. But I believe first it will be Jamal making his putt. Yep, coming up the crest, finding its way towards the hole. Oh, that was agonizingly close. It was indeed a really, really good putt, and we saw at the last minute how the ball moved back from left to right. A really great read from Jamal. Seems he's knocked a couple of feet past. This shouldn't be too worrisome to make, and now we see Jamal also moving his point. I notice he did not flip the coin over. Making way for Rahil to bit of a right to left break on this one. That looks nice. Finds its way down the slope. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. It just ran out of gas, I believe. But it's tracked nicely online. And now welcome back on the commentary team, Swami and Ashwin. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Shivas. I really loved that bit about Gaurav telling us about the jackals on the Tolly Club golf course. I really loved that bit about interesting. I mean, every golf course in India that the tour goes to or doesn't has a story. And the Tolly Club, which is there in the heart of Kolkata, the city of joy, which also has the world's oldest golf course outside the UK, the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, out on the other side of the street from Tolly here. Interesting stories, And that scarecrow with the helmet, as Shivas was describing, was awesome. Ingenuity at its best. Hole number 9. Here is our leader, Yuvraj Sandhu, who dropped a shot on the 8th. And here he pumps it in on the 9th nicely. So he's still 3 shots ahead of Jamal Hussain.
There are 3 golfers who have now moved to 13 under and tied third place: Abhinav Lohan, Shamim Khan, and Rahil Gangjee.
And there's a man making a move, Saptak Talwar. Birdie 10, 11, and 12. He was even par for the front nine and now 3 under for the back nine, 3 birdies in 3 holes. So he is making a good move up there. Each one of these golfers that I have spoken to over the past few years, they have this huge, massive goal ahead of them. That is to try and get to the top of the order of merit. Not just for the money, not just for the glory, but also for an opportunity to get to the DP World Tour. 3 players from India have so far got a card to the DP World Tour through this route. It was Manu Gandas, the first one to do so, then Om Prakash Chauhan, and now this year Veer Halawat has gone there. He's into this new territory, playing with the big boys on the DP World Tour, and of course the fields there include Shubhankar Sharma, our very own. There is Shamim Khan, who's making steady strides ahead. I mean, he was even par through 8. A birdie in the ninth has put him into tied third with Abhinav Lohan at 3 under. Oh, sorry, at 13 under. Arjun Sharma.
Good looking putt, but a little to the right, veers away. Arjun Sharma again, 10 under. Oh. The famous saying about golf, you're having to always try to hit ahead of the cup in order to give yourself a chance to hold the ball. Because you're going to fall short 4 feet, you might as well try fall short 4 feet ahead of the cup. But falling short before the cup is completely unproductive, especially if it's a longish putt that needs to be addressed. That's Shamim Khan. At 13 under, he's very much in contention for a second place finish. And considering Yuvraj Sandhu is not letting up and he's birdied the ninth to go back to his original 20 underscore after the midway stage, at the midway stage, so to speak, it's going to be a second place fight realistically for the rest of the field. Unless and until something untoward happens, which is unlikely. The way Yuvraj Sandhu, oh, that is a really sad miss. And it can be really frustrating when the ball kisses the cup and spurns its invitation. The 10th hole. Meanwhile, as Dhruv Sheeran has dropped a shot Of course, he dropped a shot on his outward journey, but he's birdied 3 holes in his after making the turn. The second, fourth, and sixth holes, he is now sitting at 5 under for the day and 10 under for the tournament at 10th place, tied 10th place. But realistically speaking, the men in the fray are Yuvraj Sandhu and Jamal Hussain. Potentially, Yuvraj, of course, has the upper hand, but potentially Jamal Hussain looks the most likely to be able to catch up with him, if at all.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Back to live action. That's the leader group. And there is Yuvraj Sandhu to the right of your screen, walking up to his caddy. Confident walk of a man who feels he has all the boxes ticked where it comes to going home with the winner's check. He's making all the right noises. Jamal Hussain was very much in the thick of things. He still is, but the 4-stroke deficit will pinch. And he's using his rangefinder to judge the distance and see if he can change his fortunes in the back nine. There is no option but to attack if he wants to win the tournament. He will have to go for the flag, yet minimize errors. However, Yuvraj Sandhu can play a little more cautiously. What is the greatest comeback you've witnessed, sir, in golf?
That would be very, very difficult,
But you have to
I
name
really
one.
don't know. Our statsman back there on the laptop in PGTI, Nikhil, might be able to enlighten us, if possible, immediately. Right now, I'm sure he must be very, very busy, is to see what is the biggest margin from which a player has come back to win. That would be pretty, kind of an interesting stat. Now I think, 4 shots would not be. 4 shots can happen quite often. So I would say it's really not huge.
Yeah, we witnessed a 3-shot swing yesterday.
Yes,
One
we
hole.
did. Absolutely.
Now Jamal Hussain has overclubbed the ball again. It's back in the thick of things where it comes to the greenside rough. He would have wanted to find the heart of the green, but this was not to be. Rahil Gangjee, 13 under. Tied 4th now because Shamim Khan has birdied the 10th to move to a sole 3rd position. 2 strokes away from Jamal Hussain. Hussain knows he has reason to worry. It's getting exciting, this contest. New names being thrown in the hat. Shamim was always a dangerous character. It's a little disappointing to see Rahil Gangjee slip away, but that double bogey undid things for him, followed by a bogey in the very next hole. He will have to claw back. It's not too far behind, one stroke behind Shamim. There is still the opportunity to surge ahead. 9 holes left to play. That's the leader making all the right noises, and there he lets it rip. Will this ball find the green? Unable to trace it. From the looks of it, it's fallen short of the green. What a shot that is from Arjun. Shamim. These are highlights.
Highlights reactions so far, so you're going to get to see the best.
That's right. A lot of approval from behind. And that's Jamal Hussain.
We're still watching the highlights there.
That's a wonderful feature about our telecast. I particularly enjoy it because it's always nice to recap what's just happened in the past 15 or 20 minutes. So things definitely getting very interesting. Yuvraj back at the helm after his birdie on the 9th, 4 shots ahead. Not a particularly impressive bunker shot. Still a bit makeable. Simply had a bit of a tough lie, I would imagine. I didn't really see his second shot to the green. Not entirely sure whether it pitched in the bunker, and therefore he may have had a bit of a buried lie. Still, nonetheless, it doesn't look like his par attempt would be in much trouble. And now we have Rahil. Short game master going to put on a bit of a master class for us, I would fully imagine. He's got the club face open. He's going to use the bounce on the wedge. Flop it up nice and soft. Hands very neutral. There you have it. Certainly giving it a lot of respect. And we can see every reason why. That's what he has left. It's about 3 feet. Knowing Rahil, he would be certainly have been expecting better of himself. It did come out a little slow off the club face, probably having the club getting a little bit stuck. Now back to Yuvraj. Giving this little chip shot all the attention and time required. Ball sitting up nicely, and he's trying to make that, and just comes up about a foot short. It looked tracking, it looked online. The intent was very aggressive. It's a bit psychological when players get the pin flag removed. They're actually trying to make that chip shot. They do not want a scenario where the ball in any way deflects off the pin flag and stays out. They want to jar it, as one of the terminologies goes. It's very interesting, the Calcutta greens running at these speeds. It's very much the same scenario at the Royal as well. Extremely fast greens, extremely true greens. And what a lot of our viewers may not be aware of is that it's a native grass, it's a hoop grass that's actually on the greens at both these golf clubs. There have been several experiments in the past where different turfs were imported, but they couldn't really be sustained or maintained in the Calcutta weather. And that's again one of the vagaries and interesting parts or interesting bits about the golf greens in Calcutta. Both clubs have extremely good leadership, extremely good support staff that do a wonderful job of taking care of the golf courses. Back to Rahil. Should move left to right. And he's made that, no mistake right there. Nice read, nice putt. And we have him chugging along off to the 11th. On number 12, some of you may recall, we had a very tight pin position on the right yesterday. A lot of the players missing it right or blowing it past the flag. Certainly a less difficult pin position today. It's nice that pin positions and the difficulty or the ease is mixed around by the course setup team. brings in a variety of factors, and certain holes, certain players have to decide. And a lot of it also depends on how they feel that day, how they visualize a shot. The wind, of course, makes a big difference, as does the comfortable shot shape of the pattern that a golfer uses to his advantage. So there's a variety of factors where certain pin positions suit certain players, or even a layout of a particular hole could suit the eye of a particular player and not so for another player. Now we have Ortolani on this 370-yard par 4. Nicely done. Rise at 11, and here we see false front, the treachery of the green, slightly short of the desired length, and that ball comes down into the first cut. Yeah, this 12th hole is certainly a very deceptive hole. We had a lot of the 12th hole on view yesterday, and it's not been easy for most of these players to even get on in regulation. So, the tee shot, the placement of the tee shot playing a very strong role. And, the visual of the hazard, or the penalty area as we call it, certainly mixing things up a little bit. Shamim Khan and the Sharma boys, Arjun and Akshay, make their way up to the green. Dolly, of course, has had a rich history of golfers. Back in the day, there was a young group, now all of them in their 50s, called the Tolly Toddlers. Arjun Atwal was part of that group. The Mehra siblings, Sanjeev and Simi. Indrajit Bhalotia, Vandana Agarwal, and of course their predecessors, the legendary Ashok Malik, Bani Lakshman Singh, Raju Mohta. So Calcutta has been steeped in history, producing a lot of national champions. Rahil Gangjee himself, top player. And of course the legacy continues. A couple of years ago we had Sandeep Yadav win the All India. This year we had Anshul Mishra. So this city definitely has a habit of producing champions and providing I would say, a wonderful atmosphere or environment for youngsters to not just grow and learn this game, but even excel at this game. That doesn't quite look as good. In fact, I would say he is incredibly lucky that the ball made it as far as it did. I suspect it probably perhaps stopped 6 or 8 inches shorter. It was going to be coming back to him at his feet. That wasn't, certainly one of Sharma's best efforts. This is definitely a very a tricky pin position. You can see how players are not just looking at the lines from the front or the back, but even getting a visual and a sense for the slope from the sides. This is definitely going to be a very interesting little chip shot. It doesn't have much green to work with, about 3 or 4 feet past the flag. So pace is incredibly important here. And that's exactly what we were talking about. It's just about stopped it in time. Else, another couple of rolls and that could have been in a bit of trouble. Certainly a very important time for Shamim. He's at 14 under. He's of course used his experience and hit a second shot to the safe side, not taken on the flag, given the spin position today. Pace and line are going to play equal part in the way this putt plays out. Sure enough, he's left that short. I imagine he would have been a touch worried about sending that past the cup, and that's not an easy 4-footer by any stretch of imagination. It is going to move right to left. It is a bit downhill, so he's definitely going to have to get a good read and make a nice putt. Both the Sharmas tied at 11 under. Well, that was prior to this putt. He now moves to 10 under. Not very happy with his efforts, stomping off the green. The course setup is just so incredibly important. The way it is set up, the way it brings in challenge, strategy, difficulty. Also very important to look at the strength of the field and the skill of the players playing on a particular day. I'm not just talking about a professional golf tournament like the Tata Steel PGTI Championship today presented by Tollygunge Club. But even for club tournaments, it's very important for the tournament director or the team setting up the course to evaluate what tees and should be used, the length of the course, and of course the pin positions. Well done, no mistake there. Stays at 11 under. And now Shamim with an all-important par putt. That was steady, nice hands, trusted the line, get the putt. The 12th hole, from being just a 370-yard hole, sure has been giving the players their share of fits. Shamim likely, yes, absolutely asking some people in the crowd to not move. The basic courtesies must be followed by spectators. They have to show respect to their players. No, he misses that. Gave it too much respect. Flips out. And that drops Shamim into a tie for fourth place with Abhinav Lohan now at 13 under. Talking about courtesy from the crowds and the spectators, it's very important, that when you have an opportunity to come out and watch the best players, you show them that respect. You're more conscious of your surroundings. When it's a rather large gallery and there's a bit of movement, it really isn't picked up by the players because there are just hundreds of players, dozens of players around the green. But when it's a smaller gallery and it's a smattering of players, every little movement gets noticed by the players. And dare I say, if you are a bright dresser, like some of us are, the brighter colors get picked up by the human eye a lot quicker. So you have to be all the more careful about when you move, where you stand, and how you are on the golf course. The small nitty-gritties and things that spectators must take into account. Very, very important. So there you have it. A 4-shot gap between Jamal and Yuvraj. That's where they sit with 8 holes to play. Of course, there's going to be another par 5 coming up, and that does always, make things very interesting for the players as well as the audience. That, of course, is the 13th, a couple of holes away, a 498-yard par 5. And then it's just going to be a bunch of par 4s, followed by the iconic 18th par 3, which, as we know, is no pushover. It has its place in history. It's hosted a number of interesting playoff results on that particular hole over the years. And, certainly Tollygunge, a very strategic course where you have to play to your strengths, to your strategies. Loved by many. And there we are at the 12th hole, a 370-yard par 4, which we've had our camera placed on for a while. Leader group coming in. Let's see how they navigate this tricky pin position on the green. Jamal going with an iron of the tee. It appears that he has pushed his tee shot. He was gesturing to the ball spotter with his arm that the ball's gone down the right side. With that, I take you back to my colleagues, Swami and Ashwin. Take it away, please, with the leader group on the 12th hole.
The 12th hole.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make
ये रात में जो मजा है
drink it up.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back in action there, quite a crowd following the lead group. Yuvraj Sandhu. It's been a bit windy out there, quite a lot of leaves. He has to be careful not to move the ball, else it could be trouble.
The crowd building up as the contest heats up, and Yuvraj Sandhu is not letting up. He has birdied the 11th to go to a 21 under scoreline. And if I'm not mistaken, 21 under is the lowest score in a 4-day contest in a pro tournament at the Tollygunge.
Not too sure about that.
I think he's equaled the Tollygunge tour record. Let's just take a look.
Rahil dropped another double bogey on the 11th. So 2 double bogeys on a day when he was supposed to make the big move.
And true enough, a 4-day total at the Tollygunge is 21 under set by Yuvraj himself in 2022 is equal to his own record, and he has got 7 holes left to break it. What an effort.
On current form, he's been pretty precise. If you notice, 2 of his birdies have come on par 3s, which means he had them really good and in proximity of the cup. So that was been pretty good ball striking for Yuvraj Sandhu today.
Jamal Hussain has also birdied the 11th. He has retained that 4-stroke deficit.
Well, he began the day, if I'm not wrong, he began the day with a one-shot deficit. They were 18 and 17. Now it is 21 and 17. Jamal has stayed where he was, in a sense, because he dropped a double bogey, and those 2 birdies have actually now negated it.
It's a big prize purse, 15 lakhs. Yuvraj Sandhu is going for it. He's going for the record, he's going for the prize purse, and is 3 strokes away from equaling the all-time record in the PGTI circuit. All-time tournament winning margin of 24 under, just 3 strokes away from it. That has been achieved on 4 occasions. Of course, Gaganjit Bhullar won with a 25 under margin, but that was in a tournament where preferred lies were allowed, so it doesn't really count. So Yuvraj lines up. What do you think his mentality will be right now? Will he want to go for that record, or will he want to play safe and retain his
Well,
lead.
there is. I mean, I don't think records would matter as much as a win does. So I
Mhm.
suppose he can win as what is.
Well, looks like he's going for the record. He's gone way beyond the green. Will this be the turning point?
No, still 4 shots there.
Let's see where Jamal Hussain is. This is the beauty of golf. It keeps you on your toes. No one can take it easy, even if it's just one hole to play. And we mustn't forget that the last hole, the par 3 18th, has changed many a fortune. So let's see how this tournament turns out. Supremely exciting event on the PGTI circuit. The Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025 has turned out to be a humdinger. What better way to start the season than with a tournament of this stature and this level of competitive golf played on a world class golf course like the Par 70 Tollygunge Club course? Pristine golf course, beautifully manicured fairways, greens that are reading to 10.2 on the stimp meter. Very challenging, good enough to test the mettle of the best in the business. There is Jamal Hussain walking up to address his putt. Got to see where his ball has come to rest. This is his opportunity to reduce the lead.
On feed 2, we just saw Karandeep Kocher. In the meantime, the man making a big move again is Abhinav Lohan. He picked up a excellent eagle on the 13th. That has brought him up to 15 under. He is now only 2 behind Jamal. It's been an absolutely wonderful bogey-free day for Abhinav Lohan so far. 3 under for the front 9. And now, after 3 pars, he's picked an eagle on the par 5 13th. Colin Joshi there on the right side. He's having a decent day. Sorry, he was having a decent day. Last few holes have not been so great for Colin. Dropped a birdie in the first and the third and a double on the fifth. So there was a 4 under first 9, which was the backstretch of the course. And now he is 4 over for the first 6 holes of the front 9. So it's even par. All the good work being undone. Yuvraj Sandhu out from there, the rough, a good come out from there, gives himself a chance to try and get the par there. The 12th is a par 4. Abhinav Lohan, that's the man to keep a look out for. He is 5 under for the day. From 10 under, he's crept up to 15 under, and he is the person that we all need to look at. That is a beauty. That is a beauty. It's a long, huge putt, and Rahil Gangjee serve after a long time. A smile returns to his face. A wonderful putt there, a really long one. Look at that. Up and down and straight and into the cup. And with it comes a smile, a wave, a touch the hat. He tops the hat without taking off. Wonderful. So that was some respite for Rahil Gangjee. It's been a rough day out for him there. He had a double bogey on the third and a double bogey on the 11th.
Abhinav Lohan has moved to third place at 15 under. So that's breathing down Jamal Hussain's neck for sure. Hussain would be aware of that as he putts and misses it to the left. On hole number 12, it's vital for Hussain now to get his act together and sink a few birdies, because playing to par may not help the way Lohan is going. Lohan is playing to 5 under today in just 13 holes. This is Courtesy's Eagle on the 13th, on the par 5 13th. This is the last par 5 that the leader group plays. After that, it's a sea of par 4s, and the round concludes with that daunting par 3 18th hole. So any chance of making a birdie has to be grabbed on the par 5 13th.
Yuvraj. Oh, he knew it. He knew it. That he's picked up another shot. Or rather, he saved a shot. I mean, I think he was in a bit of trouble there. So that was a good putt.
The confidence of a man who knows that he's in the lead and he has nothing can go wrong unless he puts a wrong foot forward. That's the crowd building up slowly and steadily. Kolkata is known for its love for sport, a great sporting city. Name the sport, and there is passion for it. And here's Jamal Hussain. Taps it in, and he nearly missed that. The club face ran over the ball. It wasn't a clean connect, but fortune favors the brave. Jamal Hussain walks off to the 13th tee box with a smile on his face. It's a beautiful clubhouse, the Tollygunge Club.
It's quite majestic. So 21 under, Sandhu, Jamal 17, Abhinav Lohan at 15. Shamim Khan 13, Saptak Talwar 12, with Rahil Gangjee and Dhruv Sharan. Dhruv Sharan is the clubhouse leader, having finished his round, and he has set the target of 268, which will surely be overtaken very soon. SSP Chaurasia at 11 under with Karandeep Kochar and young Kshitij Navid Kaul.
Abhinav Lohan is the man to watch. His clubs are on fire. With 5 holes left to play, will he be able to nudge ahead of Jamal Hussain? Something we've got to wait and watch. Jamal himself has to now step on the gas.
I think he read the putt very well. I mean, almost like, similar position as Rahil Gangjee.
His club face ran all. But wasn't penalized for it. Fortunately enough. This is the 14th hole.
There is Abhinav Lohan.
Par 4. Lohan, the man on fire. Will he be able to chip it in?
No, he's putted it.
Oh, just missed. Lohan, who started his round, the tournament, so to speak, with a 70, an even par 70, shot a 65 on day 2, followed by another 65 in the third round. And here he is with a 5 under after 13 holes in round 4. And this is the 14th hole, so whatever he shoots here will.
Very interestingly, on the first day after that 70, Abhinav Lohan was actually on the wrong side of the cut line. And then he needed to kind of really come up quickly and saved himself and ensured that he was going to get some weekend action. And even after 2 days, he was actually with 65, 70 and 65. He was actually way behind in the 26th place. And now he made another quick move, a wonderful move on the third day with a 65 again and moved to 7th. And now he is lying third. So he's had 5 under in second and 5 under in third round, and he's already 5 under through 13 holes in the third round. So after the first round and even past 70, he has been on fire.
Meanwhile, Mikel Ortolani, who was sitting at third place yesterday, not the conclusion of the day's play, but somewhere during the final stages of round 3, has slipped to a tied 12th position at 10 under. He's had a mixed round today with 3 birdies and 4 bogeys, dotting 3 birdies and 4 birdies and 4 bogeys dotting his round and playing to par. With 3 holes left to play, with 5 holes left to play, Ortolani will want to finish in the top 10. So that's a realistic goal he can have.
It's Gaurav Pratap Singh, hole number 16, playing alongside Hani Basoya and Stepan Danik. Lovely aerial shots. So the round today, the best round today so far, actually has been Dhruv Sharan, who's just been like on fire. He is Dhruv Sharan, who started on the back 9. No, who started, sorry, yeah. He shot, he is right now 7 under. 7 under 63. So he is like a 29 and a 34. 8 birdies and 1 bogey. He is the man who set the clubhouse target of 12 under, but of course, that's just of academic interest. Unfortunately, Abhinav Lohan, who was going so strongly, has had a small blip. The scores we are seeing here are at the end of the 13th hole for him, but he's dropped a shot on the 14th.
The Par 70 Tollygunge Golf Club in Kolkata has seen a lot of golfing action, some world class golfing action. And as we speak, Abhinav Lohan drops a shot on the 14th. A tricky chip, but very well negotiated. Well, that comes to rest just about a couple of rolls away from the pin, from the cup. Shamim Khan has dropped a shot on the 12th. So he sits at tied fourth place alongside Rahil Gangjee at 13 under. It's like two peas in a pod. They're always together, somewhere or the other. They were tied third a while ago, now they're tied fourth. But Abhinav Lohan, courtesy the eagle on the 13th, this occupies the sole third position. Unfortunately, he got a bogey on the following hole, but the third position still belongs to him. At 14 under, he is third. 3 strokes behind Jamal Hussain, who's second at 17 under. And of course, the leader, Yuvraj Sandhu, sits atop that list. And as we get closer to the conclusion of this tournament, the probability of Yuvraj Sandhu being dislodged from his perch is lower and lower and lower.
Abhinav Lohan's bogeys actually still managed to keep him in the third place, though Shamim Khan is now just one behind, as is Rahil Gangjee. Abhinav, who once looked pretty clear as a third, is now facing some challenge from both Shamim and Rahil Gangjee in the closing stages. That's why they say it's never over. It's never over till it's over.
That's Shamim Khan practicing his putt.
There's Akshay.
Taps it in and heads out to the next hole. Perfect time for golf in Kolkata. Excellent weather. It is slightly windy today, not compared to yesterday, but there was not a leaf moving. But this level of wind will not affect the flight of the ball. So it's essentially the bunker shot. M. Dharma finds himself in the green side bunker. He settles into the sand to bounce his club off under the ball and hope it finds the cup. Hole 16, and that's a decent shot from the bunker, especially the lie he had, which is closer to the edge of the bunker. Dharma has managed to do himself a favor. The Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025, the opening event of 2025, a year which will be undoubtedly filled with some outstanding golfing action. Keep your eyes tuned onto the tour, and if you can, when you can, try to make it to the golf course and watch some outstanding golf, world class golf, which is sure to unfurl. Abhinav Lohan has parred the 15th, so he sits at third place at 14 under. With 3 holes left to play, he has his task cut out if he has to catch up with Jamal Hussain, who is 3 strokes ahead of him.
Hole number 16. Just wait for the putt and then we will hand over to Shivas for the next stint. There it is. In it goes. All right, handing over to Shivas as Hani Basoya gets ready for his putt. Over to Shivas.
Thank you very much, Swami. Thank you very much, Ashwin. So we are getting now to the business end of this event. Well, it's good for Dharma that he managed to make that putt. He's been having a tough day today. He's been a few over par, actually 4 over par playing this hole. So definitely a tough outing for him. Hani Basoya doing all right, as is Kshitij Kaul. It's good to see this group on our telecast. Some of my favorite players in here. Very aggressive, good young players. Well done. Nicely done. Stays there. And the leader group, of course, down to the par 5. The last par 5 of the round today. And that's, I think, where Jamal would have to make a bit of a move to close the 3-shot gap between himself and Yuvraj. Of course, Yuvraj having an advantage, I would like to say, on par 5s, being the longer of the two. So let's see how this whole plays out. It's going to be certainly very interesting. Lohan cruising along nicely, occupying third spot on his own. Shamim, of course, has dropped a shot and fallen out, and Rahil is still at 13 under, still 1 over for the day. And in fact, amongst the 10, 12 top players, he's the only one over par for the day. So Rahil clearly having a bit of a rough day out there today. Rahil walking off towards the left of the fairway. Looks like he might again not have a very comfortable second shot to the green. And you see young Yuvraj striding down, having hit it about 20 yards past Jamal. So it seems they have already completed the 13th hole, the par 5, and they are now actually on the 14th hole, which is a 356 yard par 4 that plays to a very nice strategy. Yep, it's a good looking swing, good balance, solid follow through. Some claps from the crowd. Jamal doesn't seem too happy. The gentleman in the red shirt crossing the fairway seemed to be very pleased and happy with the result. It seems that the ball may have run through a bit. Over to Rahil. It seems like it's a bit of a buried lie. We don't actually see the visual of the golf ball. And when he is placing his club down, we don't see the club head either. So there's definitely going to be a bit of grass and a bit of run on that ball, I would expect, once it hits the putting surface. Well, we do not see the ball, and it looks like exactly that. He likely has not found the putting surface. That doesn't really augur very well for the chasers. And Yuvraj in a good strong position, middle of the fairway, a nice little flip to the spin position. And that looks very nice. Good control, beautiful distance control, and leaves himself a lovely 5-footer for that birdie. That's of course the advantage about hitting from the fairway, where the grass is consistent and you can get the grooves directly on the ball without any mud or dirt or grass getting in between, and that provides and presents the players very good distance and flight control as well as spin. So there are very significant benefits for hitting the fairway versus the first cut or the rough. On our live feed too, we saw some very deft touch, excellent distance control on that chip. And that's been cleaned up. Lohan's done his business. Now we still have Thangaraja and Ortolani sizing up their putts. That's a nice little chip on live feed number 1. Is covering our leader group. That's Yuvraj. Still found, sorry, that's Rahil. Still found a way to run it about 3 feet by. It was always going to be an uphill task for him to stop it on the top shelf coming in from that rough. And Jamal too seems to have rolled off the green. Looks like he will be putting though. Probably sitting on the first cut. We can't get a visual of the golf ball, but the fact that he's... No, it's a chip. And wow, he runs that 5 feet past. Things are definitely not getting easier for the leader group and the chasers in the pack. And Yuvraj, having made his life significantly easier by hitting a lovely second shot, certainly finds himself in a position now to extend his lead to 4 shots. He's at 21. Jamal is at 18. And a birdie here would certainly do no harm to young Yuvraj. Jamal himself will have his work cut out to save par. In the meantime, Ortolani on our parallel screen, this is his putt, taps in. And we have Thangaraja cleaning up for his par. Well done. And back to live feed 1, where we have Yuvraj making an extremely important putt. Looks like he has misread it. Never just seemed to be high enough. No question that was a misread because he did miss it by more than a couple of inches. So space was correct, but absolutely a misread. I don't believe he even saw that breaking to the left. And now, of course, the all-important par putts for Rahil and Jamal. Rahil certainly would be a bit disappointed with the showing today. Definitely a crowd favorite. And of course, this is where he learned his golf. So, he would absolutely and desperately want to have a pro title under his belt at his beloved Tolly. Yep, well done, Jamal. That was an increasingly important putt. He absolutely needed that to remain in touch with Yuvraj having failed to make his birdie. And Rahil has this putt left, about 3 feet, to remain in 4th place. Oh boy, that is not working out very well for Rahil. Looking a bit listless, looking a bit just not his usual relaxed, jovial self. The body language is significantly different from the way we saw it yesterday. As the players make their way to their next tee, some of these trees are just gorgeous. It's literally, you're on the throes of history. Several of these trees are well over 100, 150 years old. It's just such a beautiful green lung expanse in the center of the city. I can't say enough about the romance and the charm of the Tollygunge Club. They also have some wonderful rooms, residential rooms, and it's literally a destination favorite for many golfers and other members, guests. Such a lovely old world charm at this gorgeous Tollygunge Club. Large rooms, very well maintained, extremely hospitable staff. It's an experience in itself. Highly recommended. And now we move to the group with Shamim Khan and the Sharmas. Shamim just about, staying in touch, just hasn't gotten going today. A few birdies, a few bogeys. Well, 3 birdies and 2 bogeys to be precise, but just hasn't been able to, make the ones that count. And a couple of birdies coming in on the closing holes would certainly do him a world of good and move him into the top 5. Akshay Sharma still in 7th place at 11 under. And Arjun Sharma also at 7th place at 11 under. They have been going neck and neck all the way through. Shamim now picking his putter to get up the slope with a couple of feet of the front apron to traverse. Not very surprising given the fact that he's a Delhi Golf Club player and, with the fronts of the greens of the Delhi Golf Club being fairly tight.
Person who needs absolutely no introduction. Welcome, Kapil Paji, to our live streaming over here. But first up, as president of PGTI, in fact, I've done many shows with you on cricket though, but this is the first time I'm doing this with you on golf. So I just want to ask you first up, as president of the PGTI, what are your plans for season 2025?
I think I'm looking only 2 things. One, give enough time to the sponsor, which is most important. Second, to the player. Look after the players. I think if you look after the players, they will bounce back because their job is to play and enjoy themselves. And our job as a being a looking after the golf is look after them properly so they can express themselves totality.
In fact, I've heard this time there's a lot more prize money on offer for the golfers. Is it true?
Well, it's going to happen every time. In next 5 years, the prize money will be totally different. Yes, if we don't increase the prize money every year, that means we are not doing a good job.
You've got a brand new CEO of the PGTI and you've got a lot more tournaments. Could you just talk us through that?
I think change also required. Sometime Uttam Mundi done what a great job for 15 years. He done fabulous job. Now change was required. Now Aman has come back. I hope he can bring his energy and his experience into that and give back to the golf as much as we can.
Whether it's in golf or in cricket, Calcutta has a lot of memories for you, Paji. कुछ उस यादों के बारे में?
I think beautiful. I enjoyed यहाँ खेल के तो मज़ा ही बड़ा आता था. कलकत्ता के लोग स्पोर्ट्स के लिए जो दीवानगी है इनके मन में या देखने में शायद हिंदुस्तान की किसी और जगह नहीं है. और यहीं से गोल्फ शुरू हुई थी हिंदुस्तान की तो ये तो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट जगह है और इनसे बढ़िया स्पेक्टेटर कौन हो सकता है. कहते हैं कि ब्राज़ील में फुटबॉल के दीवाने हैं और कलकत्ता में स्पोर्ट्स के दीवाने हैं.
पाजी, बट आपने यहाँ पर कहा कि स्पोर्ट्स के दीवाने हैं. टॉलीगंज क्लब से भी आपकी कुछ मेमोरीज हैं. हाउ मच डू यू लाइक कमिंग टू दिस पर्टिकुलर क्लब?
आई थिंक द क्लब कल्चर स्टार्ट कैलकटा. मज़ा आता है कि यहाँ पर फैमिलीज आ सकती हैं, आपके दोस्त आ सकते हैं एंड द क्लब फूड इज़ वेरी वेरी एक्साइटिंग. तो मुझे तो खाने की बहुत मज़ा आता है एंड यहाँ पर तो कमरे भी थे. हम कई बार गोल्फ खेलने आते थे, यहीं रुकते थे और सारा दिन गोल्फ खेलते थे. आई थिंक सराउंडिंग इतनी अच्छी है. ऑलवेज वी यूज्ड टू लव दैट. आई थिंक सराउंडिंग यू ऑलवेज प्लेड अंडर द क्राउड 50,000, 40,000, 80,000 और यहाँ पर आप खेल रहे हो अपने आप के बीच में और सराउंडिंग इतनी अच्छी है. आई थिंक दैट्स वंडरफुल.
Thank you, Paji, for talking to us, and we hope we see you a lot often on this particular tour. Almost every tournament, we'll probably see you.
Sure, I'll give my best and try to bring more people into the game.
So that's what you heard it from the man himself, Mr. Kapil Dev.
Thank you.
This Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025 is getting hotter by the minute. We've witnessed a late charge by Jamal Hussain and Yuvraj Sandhu, who continues in the lead, has slipped by a shot. Now Yuvraj leads the field at 20 under. This is because of an unfortunate bogey on the 15th. Jamal, on the contrary, has set the back nine on fire so far with birdies on the 11th, 13th, and the 15th to sit just one stroke behind the leader. Will this contest go into a playoff? We can't tell, but it's a humdinger for sure. How fortunes swing. This is the greatness of the game of golf. Abhinav Lohan, on the contrary, whose eagle on the 13th had placed him in sole third position, is now having to share that place with Shamim Khan, courtesy two bogeys, one on the 14th and one on the 17th, with just one hole to play. The possibility of Lohan catching up with Jamal Hussain and upstaging him is nearly nil. Beautifully poised. This is an ideal PGTI final day. This is what spectators throng the golf course to witness. 3 holes to go, one stroke separating the two leaders, the leader from the second place, sorry. And there we have Jamal Hussain addressing his approach shot. He's on fire. He's placed the ball maybe 12 to 15 feet from the pin. Pressure is on Yuvraj Sandhu. He can't afford to err here. Uneasy lies the head that wears the ground. But Rahil Gangjee, however, has slipped to tied 5th place at 12 under. So he's not really in contention. But the real hot contest now is between Yuvraj Sandhu and Jamal Hussain. Sandhu knows his task is cut out. This chip will determine how his position is. He needs to chip and let the ball run. A bump and run will help his cause. Yuvraj Sandhu at 20 under. Bump and run. Bump and run. Well, he's maybe 4 feet short of Jamal Hussain's ball. Longish putts for both golfers. It all boils down to the short game. As they say, a 6-inch putt is one stroke, as is a 350-yard drive. With 3 holes left, there are just 2 golfers in contention. It's very, very, very unlikely that any of the other golfers catches up with them.
While we are now entering the closing stages, as I said before, I told you so. It's never over till it's over. A 4-shot lead has now been narrowed to 1. Jamal Hussain, the never say die man from Bangladesh, doesn't like giving up. He's picked up 3 birdies in the back nine on the 11th, the 13th, and the 15th, while Yuvraj Sandhu, who birdied the 11th, as did Jamal, has dropped a shot on the 15th with the hole where Jamal birdied. So that created a two-shot swing. First, the gap was reduced to 3, and now the two-shot swing has reduced it to 1. And with 3 holes to go, anything can happen. In fact, the momentum, if I may say so, is with Jamal. And there would be more stress and strain on Yuvraj, who till a few holes ago was walking with a tremendous amount of confidence. That's what a one shot or two shots, drop shots can do. Similarly, the vagaries of golf have hit Abhinav Lohan. After an eagle on the 13th, he's dropped a shot each on the 14th and 17th. He still stands at third at 13 under, but is tied with Shamim Khan. And Arjun Sharma is breathing down his neck at 12 under alongside Rahil Gangjee and Dhruv Sheeran, who has already finished his 4th round. There is live feed 1. Jamal didn't have legs. Didn't have legs. You never know. You never know, Ashwin. It could also mean coming so close could also mean a bit of stress for Jamal. And if that happens, that means 2 players under stress, wary of each other, are playing.
But if Jamal had drained this putt, sir, do you not think Yuvraj Sandhu would have been
Yuvraj
breaking
Sandhu
into
would
a
have
sweat?
been better. He would have been under tremendous pressure. And now he has a putt ahead of him.
To nudge 1 ahead of Jamal. To open up a 2-stroke lead, but he has to drain this putt. Of course, we have Gangjee putting right now. Oh, and he nails it. Rahil Gangjee is making all the right noises. He's not really in contention as yet, unless he does something outstanding in the next 2 holes, but he's certainly making all the right noises. Look at that putt. A left to right. Putt turns right at the fag end into the cup. Beautiful reading of the line. Gangjee's home course. He knows these greens like the back of his hand, as he does the Bangalore greens now.
The problem is, you know the greens, but the greens don't recognize you. So they don't do what you want them to.
Playing with words is
As
Mr.
they
V.
say.
Krishnaswamy's forte.
As they say in golf, the ball doesn't know who's hit it. So it travels the way it has a mind of its own.
That's a beautiful phrase. It applies to cricket as well.
Absolutely. So a crucial putt there for Yuvraj Sandhu. He's done it.
Drained it.
Done it. That is a putt. There comes a fist bump here. I mean, he is elated. I mean, that was a crucial putt. A drop shot here, a shot gone here would have actually been a really tough one for this young man.
If I'm not mistaken, he's opened up a 2-shot lead here. That could be wrong.
Jamal Hussain seen that putt drop. Now the pressure is on him. Of course, it's a small putt, but after having missed the earlier one, leaving it short, as they say, the shoe's on the other foot. Now it's on him. It's him. I don't expect him to make a mess of this.
He doesn't seem too disappointed, so I think he has level scores with Yuvraj on this hole. So it seems.
After 3.5 days of play, it all comes down to the last few holes. That 15th, making a crucial two-shot swing for Jamal. There is Thalma finishing the day's work. It's all over and done with. Upon Danik and all. It was just a while ago, actually.
Waiting for updated scores. Waiting with bated breath. And true enough, Yuvraj Sandhu has opened up a two-stroke lead thanks to his birdie on the 16th. That long curling putt left to right was a birdie putt.
So there it is. Yuvraj quickly making up for that top shot on the 15th with a birdie on the 16th, a tense birdie and a fantastic putt. That could actually be crucial, and it could be the difference between winning and not winning. So 21 under and 19 under. Two shot lead with 2 holes to go. There is always that big.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होशे।
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Good afternoon, viewers. We are here at the Players Lounge at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship presented by Tollygunge Club. And this Players Lounge is the hub of activity right here at the Tollygunge Club during the tournament, as all the players congregate here for breakfast and lunch and also have a chit-chat after their rounds and unwind. So it's the place to be here during the tournament, and this is all courtesy Victorious Choice, the joy of golfing. PGTI is new to our partner. And as you can see, we have artwork displayed around here this time, and the artwork is by renowned artist Mr. Sunil Pal, who belongs to Kolkata. So now we'll be speaking to Mr. Sunil Pal and we'll be asking him about his art and how it connects with golf. सुनील जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. दोनों ही आर्ट हैं, गोल्फ भी एक तरह का आर्ट है और यहाँ पर तो गोल्फ और आर्ट जो दोनों हैं टॉलीगंज क्लब में इस हफ्ते को एग्जिस्ट कर रहे हैं. आप इन दोनों के बीच इनको कैसे जोड़ सकते हैं, इन दोनों चीज़ों को, गोल्फ और आर्ट को?
ये बहुत अच्छा सवाल है. ये जुड़ के रह गया है क्योंकि ये जो दोनों ही है ना, इसका जो फिनिशिंग टच है, गोल्फ का भी फिनिशिंग टच बहुत मायने रखता है और पेंटिंग का या ड्राइंग का ये तो होता ही है. तो इसमें इतना अंडरस्टैंडिंग है तो ये तो बोलने का ज़रूरत नहीं है.
अब हमें थोड़ा बताइए कि आपकी कला में फोकस क्या रहता है, सब्जेक्ट क्या रहता है और आप कब से करते आ रहे हैं?
एकदम छोटा से ही पेंटिंग में इंटरेस्ट हूँ और मेरा जो सब्जेक्ट है, मेरा जो पेंटिंग का अभी जो लेके मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, मैं ह्यूमन फिगर लेके काम करता हूँ ज़्यादातर. तो मेरा जो पेंटिंग है, किसी आदमी को देखते हो उसमें कुछ अलग दिखे तो मैं मेरे हिसाब से उसको मेरा पेंटिंग में ले आता हूँ. जो मेरा डेली लाइफ का रूटीन में कुछ भी डिफरेंट मिल जाएगा तो मेरा पेंटिंग का सब्जेक्ट मुझे सोचता है मुझे मिल गया है, इसी हिसाब से मेरा काम करता है.
थैंक यू. हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुनील जी. So that was Mr. Sunil Pal, renowned artist from Kolkata, and as we all know, Kolkata is a hub of cultural activity and art, one of the hubs for art in India, and that's what you see here at the Players Lounge, courtesy Victoria's Choice. It's back to the commentators in the studio, Swami and Ashwin.
At the Victoria's Choice Players Lounge.
पता ही नहीं चला.
The finishing hole for Akshay.
Will it swerve? No, it doesn't. It holds its line, and Akshay would have wished he had aimed 6 inches to 7 inches to the right, because the distance was perfect. It was just the line.
None too happy finish there for Akshay. This is the man who had 2 eagles on day 2 on the par 4 fourth, where he had an eagle 2, and on the par 5 10th, where he holed his 3rd shot. So there it is. Comes to an end for the week, comes to an end for Akshay. He is 11 under. He should be finishing on 10 under. Now Arjun Sharma, he makes no mistake. And in there, Arjun has had a fairly decent thing round, except for that double bogey on the par 3 8th. To give Yuvraj his credit, I mean, he's been the steadiest of all the other players. I mean, Jamal Hussain or even Abhinav Lohan has been dropped 2 shots in a span of 4 holes towards the end on 14 and 17. Jamal, Rahil Gangjee, Arjun Sharma all picked up a double bogey each. In fact, Rahil had 2. So in that sense, I would say the man who was steady was Yuvraj. So if he can manage to hold on over these last two holes, he'll be a deserving winner. And there is Shamim. Tap in, tidies up, finishes the day. He had a birdie, or he had a bogey on the 17th. So that wasn't his even par for the day. The man who shone on this final day was Dhruv Sheeran. He had a 7 under. And here are the two stars, the protagonists, the final group. Well, I wouldn't say it's a match play situation for these two boys, but pretty much close there. Yuvraj Sandhu, 21 under. Jamal Hussain, 19 under. Two holes to go for both of them. The third man in the group, Rahil Gangjee, with people falling all over the place. Rahil Gangjee, that birdie on the 16th, that wonderful birdie on the 16th, has helped him rise back to tied third place. If he can manage a shot in the last two holes, he would move to sole third. Of course, the big fight up there is between Yuvraj and Jamal Hussain, though two shots separate them. So Yuvraj and Jamal, barring any major catastrophe, should finish 1-2. Cleans up. Yuvraj.
Looks like he's parred this hole.
He'd be happy to par it. Jamal would need to birdie to put some pressure. This is a crucial putt on the 17th for Rahil. It could mean sole third. Oh, Rahil just falls a foot short. Jamal Hussain, he knows it's a crucial one.
He's gleefully accepted that putt. Jamal Hussain, as the battle heads into the final hole of the tournament, or potentially so. There's a sea of people heading to the 18th green, the deciding hole for the tournament.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है. ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है. हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, तुम कहाँ पे हो शेर.
Bisleri, drink it up. This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Well, for Jamal Hussain it is, and probably for even Yuvraj Sandhu. Nice long putt. No, it goes off way on the other side. He gave it all. He had to take this chance. Whether he missed it or not, he will still finish second. So he had to take that chance, and he did. So now it seems it's all over bar shouting. Yuvraj Sandhu will win the opening event of the 2025 season. Just a few formalities to be done. Each of the three players has got a putt each. There you can see in that brick colored shirt, that is the CEO of Tollygunge Club, Vinu Ganapati, Brigadier Vinu Ganapati, a sportsman himself, and now managing the affairs of Tollygunge. So everyone who is anyone is there right now.
And he misses it, Jamal. That's a drop shot for the Bangladeshi star. Yuvraj, on the other hand, is staring down a par putt. Now it certainly boils down to whether he'll break the tournament winning tally at the Tollygunge Club. This, of course, is Rahil Gangjee. And he nails it.
So Rahil closes with a par. After seeming to be almost out of the top 10, he claws his way back. So the final moments. Yuvraj Sandhu ready for his final putt.
He drops a shot too. So
drops a shot, a bogey, but still a winner. A winner after 4 days. Handshakes and hugs there, and of course a bit of water in lieu of stronger spirits there.
Raj fails to equal his own record of winning a tournament winning tally at the Tolly, but regardless, the record is with him. Achieved in 2022. He's one short of the record now, but loss is permanent. There's Kapil Dev coming to shake hands with the winner. And the president,
and the CEO. Celebrations all round. The only person I can't see out there is Yuvraj's dad, his biggest supporter, and a fantastic support for him. Rupees 15 lakhs. That's the purse for Yuvraj Sandhu. 10 lakhs for Jamal Hussain, while Rahil Gangjee and Abhinav Lohan. Rahil Gangjee actually birdied that last hole, which is why he was so happy because was on the green and he birdied that last hole. So, what is a wonderful finish, one of the rare ones, a slight straight. That last putt was worth more than 5 lakh rupees. Was some compensation for Rahil Ganji, unable to make the charge that he might have hoped to. Remember, he had those 2 double bogeys and 2 other bogeys. That's 6 shots, and he finished 6 behind Yuvraj Sandhu. That was the difference. Of course, ifs and buts of the game. So here is the final tally there. Yuvraj Sandhu 20 under 260. Jamal Hussain, who was 4 behind at one stage, finally finishes 2 behind at 18 under 262. Rahil Ganji, who was in the final group and was hoping to make a charge and contend for the title, he shot 14 under. He was par for the day despite 2 double bogeys and 2 bogeys. That means he had 6 birdies, including one on the crucial 18, which helped him break the tie for the third place and finish ahead of Abhinav Lohan. Abhinav Lohan had a good day at 3 under, despite those 2 late bogeys on the 14th and 17th. So he finishes in sole 4th position, whereas Arjun Sharma, Shamim Khan, and Dhruv Sheeran are tied for the 5th place at 12 under. SSP Chaurasia, sorry, SSP Chaurasia, Karandeep Kochar, Akshay Sharma tied for the 8th place.
What a win here for Yuvraj Sandhu. There's no better way to kickstart a season than with a win. He has started 2025 with a fantastic title win at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025 at the Tollygunge Club. 15 lakhs is the prize purse that he has earned. But he is just getting warmed up. You can be sure about that.
He has a head start in that race to top the order of merit, something which he came very close to 2-3 years ago before losing it to Manu Gandas. And now he has a good start to the season at 15 lakhs. And he will be looking forward to try and win the order of merit, which he failed narrowly some time back. And that shall put him onto the DP World Tour, following an alliance between PGTI and the DP World Tour. So there was a 2-horse race at the top between Yuvraj Sandhu and Jamal Hussain, and then the others were jostling for the other places from the 3rd to the 7th. Rahil Ganji 14 under, Abhinav Lohan 13 under, Arjun Sharma and Shamim at 12 under, Dhruv Sheeran also at 12 under, Chaurasia, Karandeep Kochar and Akshay tied for the 8th place at 11 under. So that was a nice finish, a tight finish in lower down after the top 2, but awesome place there. So these players will be picking up some handsome checks today. Great show there for the entire office administration of the PGTI, the top brass, Kapil Dev there. We hear that he is the one who's going to be giving away the trophy to the winner, Yuvraj Sandhu, who has always said that he idolizes Kapil Dev. They're there from the same city in Chandigarh, as is the CEO. A lot of Chandigarh flavor out there. There really is no respite this year. There are no breaks. The tournaments there is going to be tournaments for 11 weeks in a row. So that is an awesome schedule that has been put up by the PGTI. They have tournaments virtually every week. Next week it is going to be the Grade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf, where Abhinav Lohan, who was fourth here, will be defending his title. Again, 1 crore. The Chhattisgarh Open makes its debut on the PGTI schedule with a 1 crore prize purse at the Fairway Golf and Lake Resort in Naya Raipur in Chhattisgarh. We'll be back to Kenswell in Ahmedabad for the PGTI Players Championship, where Chikarangappa was the winner last year. Then it will be time for the Kolkata Challenge, followed by the Delhi Challenge at the Classic. Kolkata Challenge will be at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. And then finally it will be the Hero Indian Open, the flagship event. And here are the highlights of the fourth and final day of the Tata Steel PGTI Championships, presented by Tollygunge Golf Club.
2025 presented by Tollygunge Club. The season opener featured a field of 126. It saw 59 professionals and 1 amateur make the cut at 2 under 138. We had our first look at all the fresh talent that made the grid through the PGTI qualifying school. There were some outstanding performances by Yuvraj Sandhu, Arjun Prasad, Rahil Gangjee, Jamal Hussain, Abhinav Lohan, Arjun Sharma, Shamim Khan and Dhruv Shoran, to name a few. Finally, we had a winner who soaked in the pressure on the last day to come through. And now to begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here Mr. Amandeep Joel, CEO PGTI, Brigadier V. Ganapati, CEO Tollygunge Club Limited, Mr. H.S. Bindra, Golf Captain Tollygunge Club Limited, Mr. P.S. Burman, President Tollygunge Club Limited, Mr. Piyush Agarwal, Vice President Operations East, Choice, Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, Head Marketing and Communications, Nissan Motor India, Mr. Ashnut Chopra, Autorelli Nissan, Dealer Principal, Mr. Ajay Mishra, representing Tata Steel, and Mr. Kapil Dev, Indian cricket legend and President PGTI. A big hand for our chief guest today. I would now like to begin by requesting Mr. Amandeep Joel to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, Kolkata. Thank you, Tollygunge Club. It's an absolute pleasure to be here in this wonderful city, the city of joy, and this wonderful country club, one of the few in this country, I think one of the oldest. It is an absolute pleasure for me to be here at Tollygunge Club and to be with this August gathering and my players of the PGTI who have shown over the last 4 days a fantastic, a big round of applause for all the players who have shown fantastic golf. A winning score of 20 under par by Yuvraj, I think that is phenomenal. I would like to thank the president of the club, Mr. Burman, the captain of the club, Mr. Bindra, obviously the CEO of the club, Brigadier Ganpati, without whom we wouldn't have been able to have such a fantastic week here at Tollygunge Club. Thank you, sir. Mr. Piyush Agarwal, our sponsor from Choice. The players have really enjoyed the Choice Lounge, the Players Lounge, and they've really appreciated all your effort. Thank you very much. Mr. Rajesh Srivastav of Nissan Motors, thank you. Mr. Ashnot Chopra from Nissan Motors, they are tour partners, thank you very much. Your car didn't go away, but we did get a hole-in-one. So we bear the brunt of the hole-in-one. We saved you the car. Mr. Ajay Mishra from Tata Steel, thank you very much. They are our proud umbrella partners. They have supported. Wherever there's golf, there's Tata Steel. And wherever there's Tata Steel, there's golf. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to thank my president, Mr. Kapil Dev. I think he has brought to PGTI what we've been waiting for. You know, the excitement, the maza, the chokkas and the chakkas of... thank you, sir, for being here. Without much ado, I would like to present it back to Nikhil. I want to thank all the members of Tollygunge Club. Before I say goodbye, we have enjoyed your club. We have enjoyed your golf course. It has been absolute pleasure. We apologize that we took so much of your time, prime time. But nevertheless, we tried to put on a great show and we would love to come back if you all call us again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. P.S. Burman, President Tollygunge Club Limited, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is my absolute proud privilege to be here and welcoming entire PGTI staff here. You know, when this was planned, at that point in time only, we have discussed that we will allow you to come and organize it if Kapil Paji comes here. And I'm delighted to say that day before yesterday evening when I met Amandeep, the first thing he told me is that I have ensured, I bought the ticket for Mr. Kapil Dev and he is going to be here. Now I am sure all of you are waiting to hear something from Kapil Dev. We grew up watching Mr. Kapil Dev. So in fact, I am very eager to hear something from him. And I don't want to bore you all. I must end it by saying that you all are welcome. Please come next year, year after year. You are always welcome in Tollygunge Club. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Before we move to Kapil sir, I'd like to request Mr. Ajay Mishra representing Tata Steel to kindly say a few words.
Good afternoon. First of all, when we are standing where Mr. Kapil Dev is here, a big round of applause from each one of you for this man. We are so proud today to have him in this gathering. I have also played golf for last about 10 years. I've been seeing the kind of, and I'm a little biased, I must say, because this is my home club. Big round of applause for Gaurav Pundir and the entire team for maintaining the course so well. And PGTI, we have been associated for many years. I have seen PGTI and our new CEO, Mr. Amandeep. I must say, PGTI has been improving day by day, every tournament. And big round of applause for PGTI as well, because the live feed that I was seeing, so I was in a meeting and I was watching the live scores also, but the kind of commentary, the kind of coverage, it was really out of the world. I was not able to focus on the meeting and seeing the golf shots. So good, well done. Vivek, well done, and I must compliment. Lastly, before I hand over, I think Tata Group, Tata Steel, sports is our way of life. We are always happy to partner in all form of the sports. We will continue to do that. We believe and we think that, you know, a lot to be done in this space. Association like PGTI, they continue to do well, and we will see how best we can partner in future as well, and we will continue to grow this sports. Lastly, heartiest congratulations to Yuvraj. I have been knowing him for many years. We exchanged the messages also. This person, the temperament, I have played with him couple of Pro-Am. He is attitude and the temperament, one of the fantastic golfer, and I think a long way to go. He will definitely touch the sky. All the best, Yuvraj, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request our president, PGTI, Mr. Kapil Dev, Indian cricket legend, to kindly say a few words.
Namaskar, good afternoon, all the players, media. The most important people in my life is, as a sports person, is the sponsor. Without sponsor, nothing is possible. And I want to say thanks on behalf of all the players to all the sponsor, especially to Tata Steel, who looked after all the players for so many years. And I hope your support will be there throughout till we see the golf in our country. I mean, my job is only as a sportsman. Somebody called me cricketer. That was not, it is golf always. And I just want to say my job here is to look after the players. And only way I can look after the players with Aman and my entire PGTI team is if the sponsors are ready to help us out. No way we can do it, anything without them. To Yuvraj, anyway, Yuvraj नाम ही इतना अच्छा है, क्या करूं? युवराज, और वो भी चंडीगढ़ से है, और भी क्या कह सकता हूं मैं. Well done, Yuvraj, but all the other players, your participant was very, very important. Yes, only one player have to win, but it's very important to compete in the best of the game. Best spirit should be there, or I hope we'll find more champion. Only one thing I like to say to the players is, we will look after you, but one day we want to see the world champion, not only here. Go out in European tour, American tour, and PGI, go and win the tour. I think that is the most important. Good luck to everybody. Once again, the media coming in such a number. I don't know how to express myself on that. Thank you very much. Most of the time I'm seeing on the cricket ground, but now when I see on the golf course, I feel very, very, very happy. And once again, thank you very much, all the sponsor. And to the top of that, the golf course. What a wonderful place for the player to give them such a beautiful course. It looks, anybody who can play 20 under, the course have to be very, very outstanding. Well done, and we hope to see you soon again for the next tournament.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll have the plaque presentation ceremony. I would request Mr. Kapil Dev, President PGTI, to kindly present a plaque as a token of appreciation on behalf of PGTI to Mr. P.S. Barman, President, Tollygunge Club. I'd now like to invite Mr. Rajiv Rudra on stage. Can we have Mr. Rajiv Rudra on stage, please? Mr. Rajiv Rudra, based in Long Island, New York, is also known as Raja Rudra to his friends in Kolkata. Mr. Rudra is a businessman who operates diagnostic healthcare facilities in New York. He is also an avid golfer. His two daughters played collegiate golf in the US. Mr. Rudra runs a golf academy where he promotes golf among girls and women of Indian origin. Welcome, sir. I would like to request Mr. Rajiv Rudra to kindly present a painting on behalf of choice to Mr. Kapil Dev. We have the artist Mr. Sunil Chandrapal, and the painting is being presented on behalf of our tour partner Victorious Choice. We will now announce the winners of the social media contest, and I would request Mr. Ashnut Chopra from Nissan to kindly give away the first prize to the winner in the PGTI professional category for the best reel of the week. He wins himself an amount of rupees 10,000. Kurush Hirji with 30,600 views for his reel. Kurush set the benchmark and said, "Beat me if you can." 30,600 views for his reel. We want more and more people to follow us. That's why we launched this initiative, and we hope in the coming weeks more and more players and audiences make reels and post them. I would now request Brigadier V. Ganapati, CEO Tollygunge Club, to kindly present the check to the winner in the PGTI fan category for the best reel of the week. Again, a prize of rupees 10,000, and the winner, Anisha Agarwal, 2,200 views. And now time to announce the hole-in-one prize. Congratulations to Chikarangappa for his hole-in-one on the 6th hole in round 1. He will receive rupees 1 lakh. And I would request Mr. P.S. Burman, President Tollygunge Club, to kindly present the hole-in-one check to Chikarangappa. Sixth hole in round 1 by Chikarangappa. It's now time to announce the best amateur prize, and congratulations to local lad Anshul Mishra for finishing as the best amateur with a total score of 5 under 275. He will receive a trophy from Mr. H.S. Bindra, golf captain, Tollygunge Club. Commendable effort for young Anshul Mishra. We move on to the runner-up prize, and I would request Mr. Ajay Mishra, representing Tata Steel, to kindly do the honors by presenting the runner-up prize. And this goes to Jamal Hussain of Bangladesh with scores of 65, 62, 66 and 69 for a total of 18 under 262. Jamal has been on a streak since last year, winning a title last year. Takes away a prize money check worth rupees 10 lakh. It's finally time to announce the winning professional, and I would request Mr. Kapil Dev and Mr. P.S. Burman to kindly jointly present the trophy and the check to the champion. And he fell just short of his own lowest winning total record here at Tollygunge Club. Yuvraj Sandhu with a total of 20 under 260. Scores of 63, a tournament low of 61, 68 and 68. Total of 20 under 260. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 15 lakh. Yuvraj's second win here at the Tollygunge Club, his 10th title overall, and his 7th on the PGTI. It's time for the winner's speech now, and I'd request Yuvraj to kindly do the winner's speech.
Can you call the players first? And we're going to take a group picture. Come on, call them. You do that, sir.
Players, our president has requested we should all have a picture in the backdrop. So can you all come here? We want a nice picture while Yuvraj gives his winning speech.
Right now or after? Come on, boys.
Go ahead. Talk.
Bolo na. Your speech. वहाँ जा ना यहाँ आ जा. With the check,
you speak now. You speak in the middle. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. आगे आ जा यार. चल बैठ जा.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this win, for this hospitality that Tolly Club has given me every time I come here. Thank you so much to Tata Steel. And can I just say a special appreciation to this guy on my left. He's kept me on my toes for the last 36 holes. He's not let me take a breath of sigh. And I'm standing here. There's a lot of people back home who've been a part of this journey. My caddy here, Bappa, and my caddy back home who's not well, Sonu. You both have been a pillar. My coaches, Gurbaz, Jesse sir, Gaurav, Rabia, everybody back home. Joel sir, this is your first year. Congratulations on joining us. And Kapil Paji, thank you so much for this event. Thank you so much for bumping up the prize monies to 1 crore this year. I remember winning this event as a 30 lakher. And it's a treat to play in Tolly. I think I would speak on behalf of all players that Tolly by far has played the best that it has today and for the week. So big shout out to all the greenkeeper staff, and thank you so much for hosting us at the Players Lounge. The food was absolutely amazing. It was hot and we were well taken care of. Lastly, all the members that came out to walk, came out to support. I feel warmth and love here. So thank you so much, everybody. And kudos to the PGTI staff, the new PGTI staff that has joined us this year. Thanks a lot, all the referees, everybody who's put together this event, all the media people. You were literally the backbone for this coverage, for the event, for eyeballs across the country. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, guys. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Just stay here. Could I call the Tollygunge management and Gaurav Pandir? Gaurav, can you just come here? We need you here to take a picture with you. You're the one who has got these greens in the greatest shape. Thank you very much. Please, Gaurav. Big round of applause for Gaurav.
Finally, before we sign off, we'd like to thank presenting partner, Tollygunge Club, Brigadier V. Ganapati, for all your support, Tollygunge Club, members of the club, members of the committee, Mr. Gaurav Pundir and his team for the golf course, Mr. Gautam Singh, GM, Mr. Sudeep Basu, and the F&B team for all their support, Pro Touch for all their support this week, the F&B team, all players, referees and officials, and of course our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Victorious Choice, which has just come on board, Nissan, Amrutanjan Electro Plus, Bisleri, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, ABP Live for the fantastic coverage, and Doordarshan. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you all next year right here. Thank you.